Hello again and welcome to day 2 of the Care Show. I can already see people filing in, some friendly faces from yesterday, some new faces coming in. It's bound to be another really exciting day. We've got lots of stuff in store for you. Obviously we're going to be going around live interviewing everyone on stands, visitors coming in and speakers as well. York's back in the Meet the Speaker studio right now getting our first speaker of the day lined up, so that'll be coming very soon. I'm going to lead Sakara in now, and we're just going to go in and go straight down the walkway of the show. So obviously the stand holders are here again today. I will be coming back to you a little bit later with another freebie review, which I'm quite excited about because second day, you never know what you're going to get with freebies. It's the second day, people might not have ordered enough in, people might have been extra hungry for freebies yesterday, so it'll be a really close call, but I'll come back to you with that a bit later. Obviously, we've got lots of interviews with speakers as well. We'll revisit a couple of the old speakers from yesterday too, see what they said about their talks and everything social care. Everybody is kind of filing in now. It is filling out already. We will be live all day long, and we're really looking forward to this. Obviously, we've got all our stalls and talks and everything going on today. I'm out of breath from walking. We've got to stop. And I will probably head on back to York in the studio, where hopefully he has a speaker ready to talk to you soon. But I will see you very soon.
Hello, welcome to the Meet the Speaker studio for our first interview of the day with Robert. Hi Robert, how are you? Good to see you. So Robert, do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm Rob Hargreaves. I'm Skills for Care Information Service Manager. For those who don't know Skills for Care, we provide a lot of guidance and advice around recruitment, developing your staff, and how to lead a successful service.
Lovely. So tell us a bit about kind of what Skills for Care are up to at the moment. Like, are there any really interesting things that organisations should be looking at?
Well, it's quite an exciting week for us. We've released our major kind of annual report around the workforce statistics. So that's got a lot of exposure, I guess, in the press and on the headline news a few days ago. And it's really great insight into turnover of staff, pay rates. So for anybody who's not had a chance to look at that report, it's a comprehensive download from our website, but we've really broken the stats down across our website so you can have a real kind of look and benchmark it against your own service.
Nice. And what would be a big key takeaway from that report then?
I think there's so many the huge gaps at the moment in vacancy rates, a massive increase in the past year, and the kind of the pay scale kind of, and the fact that I think one of the key things that I took away was to actually retain staff, you have to pay them quite considerably a bit more than the minimum wage to actually keep them in. So a lot of useful insight. But it's not just doom and gloom. What Skills Care have got to complement all of this is a lot of guidance and advice around recruitment and retention, how to strengthen kind of getting valuable people into your workplace.
It looks to me like there's a lot of providers who are recognising that you have to give people the options for a pathway for positive change, ways to earn more money, ways to become more skilled, and that's really important as part of that kind of workforce plan that each company has.
Indeed, and also to look at the younger workforce and recruiting more men into the sector. I think only 80% of the sector are men at the moment. I think in the year since we last updated this report, the average age is 2 years older, about 44 for care workers at the moment. So it's really important to kind of recruit in young talent into the business and develop them. And I think we speak through our national information team to a lot of providers who don't know that you can recruit 16-year-olds into the sector, and what a great kind of asset they are to kind of bring them in at that age and develop them further. And what there also is a lot of funding and support for bringing young people in through apprenticeships. So it's something which we strongly encourage, and it's just a real surprise that a lot of organisations think the CQC look down on it. It's the absolute opposite. The CQC will look at it hugely favourably as long as you're supporting those people to develop themselves.
So I've seen some really interesting examples of young people coming into care services, and actually once you see that path laid out in front of you, that at 16 you can start as a carer, and by the time you're 30 you can potentially be running a home. Like, you know, there is scope for that, and home managers, you know, do get paid really good money. You know, it's a highly responsible job, and it's a good career path, and then there's all sorts of functions beyond that people can get into as well. You know, so there's, you know, the marketing side, HR side. So there's actually, some of these organisations are fairly big. You know, have 10, 12, 15 homes, even the smaller ones. There is really good opportunities for younger people.
We have a website called Think Care Careers, where it basically kind of shows around about 50 or so different roles in care, and the sort of, you know, what you'd get out of that role, what sort of skills and you'd be needed to be able to do that role. We've got on our website a lot of case study blogs of individuals' own stories, and we've come across some who have reached kind of care manager by the age of their early 20s. So we've got blogs on our website, so you can kind of really read those stories. And what you find is a lot of those individuals have been supported by really good services to develop themselves at a pace. But also those organisations have benefited from a lot of funding to enable them to progress the staff at relatively low cost for the sort of development they've got.
Lovely. So one thing that we've sort of focused on here is low cost innovation. So ideas, and I guess with Skills for Care, maybe there's some funding you can signpost people towards. So if I'm a manager, an owner, what's something you can tell me that I can implement quickly, or, you know, start the process of applying for funding for X, you know?
Well, primarily our funding is around the development of staff, right from, you know, the basics right through to kind of managerial level of funding. So for services who just want to get staff quickly developed, you know, who may be new to the sector, we offer something called essential training, which covers the sort of the basics that a new care worker would need in their first few weeks in an organisation, and it's something that can be kind of tapped into today, and particularly with the current challenges around winter pressures and the huge gaps in vacancies. It's a great way of keeping that kind of sort of recruitment low cost. But beyond that, our kind of biggest funding is called the Workforce Development Fund, and that is an ability to kind of develop staff around specific learning programs or qualifications, and to kind of really build up those skills, whether it's a full diploma like the level 2 diploma in care, up to the managerial level qualifications, or whether it's a more kind of specific level 2 or 3 certificate around end of life care or dementia care. It's a great way of kind of getting colleagues who have passed through their induction periods and wanting to kind of develop that internal expertise. So not every organisation in the country draws on this funding. It's a real shame, because it's just a massive opportunity for them to, you know, really strengthen the skills of their colleagues.
So recommend people jump on the Skills for Care website, have a look at the funding packages. Ultimately, any care provider is going to have team members, and most of them are going to want training of some kind, and there's going to be some funding available to do different training courses, upskill, you know, develop people to allow them to be, you know, happier, more productive employees for organisations.
Absolutely, and this report that I mentioned shows that actually if you train your staff and give them a number of training courses over their years and their careers, they stay with you. And that's so essential now. Organisations are investing so much in having to retrain new staff or train new staff as they're coming in, because that they're losing colleagues who are feeling that they're not getting the development and career opportunities they want. So develop your staff, build up that talent succession plan. There's a huge turnover of the registered manager role since the pandemic. It was a challenge before then. So a lot of managers of care services are retiring. But is there the talent to replace them? There is, but have you identified that talent a few years before the manager retires or moves on, to make sure that somebody who's really capable, competent, enthusiastic to move into that role at the point where that manager ultimately leaves?
Perfect. So I've got one more big question for you.
Yeah.
About toast. So at Five and a Bite, we were having a debate over breakfast about toast. So I said, okay, you get your bread and you put your butter on it and your jam on, and a couple of my team stopped me and said, what do you mean butter and jam? I said, well, butter and jam. Where do you stand? They were just going to put jam straight on the toast. Where do you stand on this?
It's very rare that I would use butter on any sort of bread or toast, to be honest. I'm jam all the way.
Jam, okay, you're the first jam only person, so you do have My team behind the camera is one of the chaps behind
Yeah,
there.
he's right.
He's right. I was watching an episode of Peaky Blinders last night, and in Peaky Blinders they didn't use butter; they put it straight on. So that's Birmingham in the 1920s. So maybe it's a bit old-fashioned. I don't know.
No, indeed.
Lovely. Thank you very much for coming to see us, and I think we are ready to go back out live to Steph. So thanks very much to Robert, and back out to you, Steph.
Hello again and welcome back to the floor of the Care Show. I am here on Meeko's stand and I've come here obviously because they're giving away free coffee this morning. Everybody is probably going to be piling in here very, very soon. So I've grabbed Matt here just for a moment before he starts serving these coffees. Hi Matt, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very, very well, thank you. And tell me a little bit about Meeko. What is it?
So Meeko is a coffee company that was founded way back in 1802. So as a coffee roastery based in Belgium, we have a long history of roasting coffee. We also hire or sell coffee machines and the service to go alongside with that, and then provide the consumables. The coffee we sell is called Puro, and Puro is very ethically sourced. So it's all fair trade and certified carbon neutral. And they also work in partnership with Worldland Trust to protect the rainforest.
Amazing. And I know it's really early days, but how's the energy in the event so far?
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. We've got lots of people coming over for coffee. We're quite popular, I think, giving away free coffee, so it's quite good for us.
Do you do lots and lots of events?
Personally, not that many. I'm not very experienced, but as Meeko as a whole do quite a lot of events, yes.
Do you make a good coffee?
Obviously, yes. It's my role. My job title is coffee manager, so it's important that I make good coffee.
Coffee manager? You manage all the coffee?
Someone's got to keep those beans in check.
Oh yeah, oh they absolutely do. Now obviously you've got kind of button pressing coffee here. How are you with like a cafetiere?
Yeah, cafetiere I can do, so 4-minute brew time, water in first, then the coffee to make sure you don't burn the coffee.
Amazing. I'm going to ask you for a coffee, and I didn't warn you that I was going to do this, but do you reckon you could make me one?
I can press the button on the
You can press the button on the machine.
What do you like?
A cappuccino, please, if I could. Sakara, we are going to get this live. This is some quality content that you get from Five on a Bike at the Care Show here. We are at the Meeko stand. We are right on the left of the Care Show next to the Home Care Theatre. If you are fancying a coffee this morning, Sakara is getting a really, really beautiful, edgy shot of the coffee being made. Matthew is a star, and I can see why he is, in fact, coffee manager at Meeko. Oh, and the coffee is about to come in. I always find it interesting that it fills up so much with milk first. And there we go. Hello, everyone. That's everything, Matthew. Anything else you'd like to say about Meeko? Would you like to encourage anyone to come to the stand?
Oh yeah, please come on down for a free coffee and to talk about more cafetiere brewing techniques.
Probably don't need more encouragement than that. I'm going to head on back to the studio now, where I think we might have a VT, but if not, you might be seeing York. See you soon.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. I'm York from Five on a Bike, and today we are live from the Care Show at the NEC in Birmingham, and we are meeting the speakers from all over the event. So today I'll just talk you through some of the things that we're going to be doing today, and then we'll play out an interview that we did yesterday. So today, lots and lots of interesting talks happening. So right at this moment in time, we have David Holmes on the keynote stage talking about reinventing social care. We've got residents at the heart of everything next at 11. At 11:40 we've got a keynote from CQC, so I think you want to get along to that one. The Chief Inspector of Adult Social Care from the CQC is going to be doing a talk, so I think that'll be interesting to a lot of people. We've also got another session from Big Ian, who'll be we interviewed yesterday, and he'll be following us here. And then really interesting talk called What Relatives Want, what relatives really want, from the Health and Social Care Club, and that's with Sanga, Paul, Mark, Tops, and Toby from the Health and Social Care Club, and that's a great award-winning initiative, and it's a online networking group every Wednesday at 7 p.m. on LinkedIn Live. So if you're interested in joining that, just search on LinkedIn the Health and Social Care Club and follow the LinkedIn page. Then we've got how choice, competition, and transparency will help the care sector tackle the challenges of inflation. Well, that's the title, and we'll be speaking to Matt Oxley from Whippet after that, and I guess that's about trying to save money with buying different things in different ways. And the last talk of the day is a recruitment masterclass, which is chaired by Big Ian. It's got Scott Sheridan, legend of the sector, Vidal Goyal, who's the senior partner at Metro Property Investments, Sonia Ray, founder and director of Nectar HR, and Alfie Jones, friend of ours who came into the studio, and we've spoke to Sonia recently as well. And then there's literally probably 50 or so other talks across the day for you to come along to and watch. And we'll be interviewing lots of different people. We'll be interviewing Jane Connery today, and many, many different speakers throughout the day. So stay with us. We're going to go for a break for about 10 or 15 minutes. Now, we're going to a VT now of an interview from yesterday. So we'll see you a bit later. Thank you. But now, a special treat for everybody. We have Big Ian. Is that how we formally refer to you?
Well,
Big
the thing is, nobody can pronounce my surname, so that's what I get, Big Ian. I don't know how much of a treat it is, but you know what I mean. It'll fill a bit of time early doors for you.
Well, you're big and your name is Ian. So
It is, yeah, it
works.
kind of works.
Yeah.
And people don't forget it or misspell it. And my website's bigian.co.uk, so it makes it easier.
Nice. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do then, Ian.
I am a dementia campaigner. I've worked in care. My background was in learning disabilities for 20 years, working with young people. And now I work with old people. So clearly, I don't get on with people my own age. I work for nobody and with everybody. There's so many companies here today who bring me in, and I either make films or I write stuff for them, or I do some team building stuff for the staff to show them how much they matter, or do some stuff to improve their communication with people with either learning disabilities or dementia. And I'm a bit of a Swiss Army knife, really. I don't have one blade. People bring me in and say, we've got an idea and we think it would really fit you and your values. And I get to meet really cool people, work with really cool people, and we create some beautiful things that are used all over the world. So whether that's a training resource that's a film where you spot the mistakes that's used in Australia to instead of an interview for care staff. Because anyone can go in there and talk a good game for 40 minutes. But if you look at something that's got mistakes that aren't hideously big mistakes, but are the mistakes that are going to change somebody's life and make somebody disappear, and then they can spot them all and say how they're going to put things right, then you've got something special and you know you've got the right person.
I think that's really interesting, because I think as you get older and you become more vulnerable and you have issues with your health, it's the really small things that make the difference, right? So something that would not have been a problem for you when you were 60 suddenly is a huge problem for you when you're 85, because and it can be simple things like lips on doors because you can't get your thing over, and I found that really when I experienced that with my granddad, where we went into a home and it just, the small details weren't right, and that makes it really difficult to have a positive existence, because those small details make a really big impact, don't they?
Yeah, you've got to realise what everyone says. You've got to know what people like, but I think more importantly, you've got to know what really grinds their gears, what really upsets them, the little things that really, really spoil their day. I'll not be able to get a sandwich here without mayonnaise. There will not be a sandwich in the NEC without mayonnaise. And that will grind my gears, right? And I just think, why? Surely you would add that, and little things like that. And it's a case of making things fit the person, whether that's for the good of them, or things that they just really dislike.
I have a pro tip for you. Just outside of the Care Show is a Londis. They have duck hoisin wraps, no mayonnaise.
Game on. Well, I'll be there a bit later. But the good thing about this is, you get to meet people who you've not met. And the one thing that lockdown showed us was it was a pretty lonely place to be, and Zoom did an amazing thing, but it's really nice to see people, to get around people. There's a lot of new companies started, which is really exciting. People who've come up with new ideas, and during lockdown had time to be creative and thought, you know what, there's a problem, we're going to solve it. If you walk around all these places, there's a lot of creativity, a lot of new ideas, not a new people to the sector, and that can only be a good thing, because the last thing you want to do coming to the Care Show is sit and talk to the same 8 people that you sit and talk to every time, because now it'll happen. If you meet people who are different, you link up, you use LinkedIn, you use your social media, whatever it is, you've got an opportunity to really pick one another's brains, copy one another's homework, and that's when everybody gets better. And as I say, you've got people, home care, you know, working alongside care homes and we've tried this, it didn't work. We've tried this, it did work, and sharing the ideas. And if you just see, there's a lot of people around here, and it's real positive. I can't wait to get round here and meet a load of people.
Talking about copying other people's homework then, have you got any great ideas, hints, tips that you can share with care providers for something that they can implement really easily? We were talking before to the Outstanding Society, then we're talking about low-cost innovation. Got any ideas for low-cost innovations?
Well, definitely. Everybody needs to be using bespoke Spotify for everybody. We need to have your own radio station in the care home made up of your favourite tunes, and you can theme them and all this sort of thing. For end of life, getting the music route, the soundtrack of somebody's final hours is invaluable. I'm doing a talk about Music One Dementia Nil this afternoon, just after 2 o'clock, and I'm going to be hitting on how we can use music. I mean, it's cheap. It's if you want Spotify, it's something like £9 without adverts, or £10 or something, and then you can use Bluetooth speakers and stuff like that, and you can create something. And what it does is it starts a conversation. It says, who does this remind you of? Where were you? You know, what were you doing? Who do you miss? All these things bring people together, because each individual story link up and say, well, where were you in 1978? Where were you when the Jubilee was in 77, when Virginia Wade won Wimbledon? Where were you, you know, when Kennedy was shot? Where were you in all this sort of thing? And suddenly you've got all these sort of satellites that all go into the same orbit and they become together. And there you get conversations, you find out stuff you'd never have found out. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And using music, and it's so easy. And as you've mentioned, you know, you use YouTube and stuff. YouTube's full of everything. And what you can do, you can just sit down. If someone says, oh, I used to like the Two Ronnies, put on the Two Ronnies. What's your favourite sketch? I like this person. And then somebody said, oh, I didn't like Two Ronnies. I like Morecambe and Wise. All right, so you can go there, bump, it's there. I like Tommy Cooper. And it could be absolutely anything.
Pro tip as well then, for if you get YouTube Premium, which is about the same, about £10 a month, you also get YouTube Music for free with that. So then you get a full streaming service and YouTube without adverts, so you're not having to wait and watch adverts with people. So, you know, again, when you want to engage someone in that moment, you don't want to have to wait 10, 20 seconds for the advert to play.
It's like being a genie. Because what you say is, so come on, what's your favourite song? What song do you absolutely love? And then you just go on your phone, find it, play it, and then I go, how have you got that? Because you would only have a finite number of records, you know, your singles box, your albums box, and then suddenly, don't, stop it, stop it, please. And so anyway, tell your grandma, stop it, everything was black and white and sepia back then. But the fact that they've got everything at the fingertips and you can go to it, and then you can do a backing track where they can sing along with it, and then you can do a thing with the words on it, because everyone seems to think there's so many people that have written off people living with dementia and they think they can't read. And do you know what? Most of the people who I've done some really close work with, even towards the very end of their life, they'll be walking around and they'll say, care show. Now they can't read quietly like you do when you get a sophisticated reader. They read everything they see, they would just say it out loud, and so they can still read. And so I think we should have more people reading and engaging and reading around the table, and then that gets people talking. And we just
play readings, I've heard, is quite a good one.
I used to work for the Home Office for crime reduction in secondary schools.
I thought you were going to say like MI5 or something.
Well, no, I did work for them. And so we had to keep kids in school, and we had to devise a curriculum that really engaged them. And every day I'd say, right, get the kettle on, round the table, we're doing a play at the end of the day, and we would do a play, and all these kids who were like real bother, right, would say, oh, you're doing a play, can we do voices? And all this other, and we would do it, and they'd get lost. And it was all about the flow. And I said, right, when you watch a drama on telly, it doesn't say, you know, can you tell me where the murder was? oh, the murder was over there. No, I said, can you tell me where the murder was? Oh, the murder happened down at the pub on Saturday night. Boom. It needs to have that flow. And you've got to pass it to the next person, and they've got to pick it up, and they've got to run with it. And that's what you do if you get people together, and you can do this, and it's a beautiful thing.
So,
if
there
it's
we go.
fun for kids,
Yeah, it's
right?
fun.
It's fun for everybody, because
Yeah.
we're all kids with different dates of birth.
So I think some great tips there. So Spotify Premium, using resources like YouTube,
Yeah.
and play readings. I think could be really interesting, easy, low cost things to bring
Yeah.
in as activities to your home to help engage people. Not, like you said, not write people off.
Yep.
Any final thoughts before we move on?
Final thoughts. Well, the fluke of being here this next 2 days is I have 750 free books to give away.
Nice.
So I've got Dear
What's in
Dementia, which is there. That's a book that's one of 25 books in the world respected for dementia care. I've got that. I've got my Missing Piece book, which is about creating a life after somebody's died. All about bereavement, practical tips, and it doesn't tell you how you should be thinking. And then a pocket full of kindness. So if you come and see me speaking or chairing one of the things, I'll be giving those away. That's how dreadful a speaker I am. I have to give you big bribes.
You give
big
people
bribes.
We'll tell you what we'll do as well. If you give us a few copies, we'll put it on our photography stands.
Yep.
And people can go to.
That'll be lovely.
Get a free headshot. But thank you very much for
Oh,
coming to see us,
absolute
Ian.
pleasure. And you're doing a top job, you and your team.
Thank
The
you
ones
very
that are
much.
working hard,
Yeah.
not just sit around
Just
on
sitting around
Chesterfields.
chatting to
the
people.
guys behind here who are sweating, you know.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio at the Care Show in the NEC in Birmingham, and we have a new speaker with us, or a new person with a stand. So, Ketan, can you introduce yourself? And let us know
Hi York, thank you for having me. My name's Ketan Shah. I am new to the social care business and world. What I do is bring a sort of different solution to the table, but essentially, I'm actually an investment banker by trade, but actually, personal reasons, emotional reasons, which I'll talk about, has really energized me to come into the social care sector.
Tell us a little bit about your story and why you got
Yeah, sure. So look, as I said, I've come from investment banking, but through my mother, who's used social care in various forms. Starts with home care, a little bit of needs, then it gets more acute. She ended up being in a care home, nursing home, a large operator, and spent four and a half years at the home. And actually, while she was there, what really surprised me, two things. Positive surprises: the dedication of the sector, the staff, how hard they work. It's incredible. Coming from a sector in financial services, people take so many things for granted, and seeing it in the trench, in the ground, was just incredible. But then, because I was so close to my mom, I knew her interventions that needed to be made. Essentially, I was her AI, if you like, her artificial intelligence, helping the care delivery team intervene. Very quickly realized, oh my God, this sector is so behind in terms of technology. It really dumbfounded me, I'll be honest with you. And, I began to sort of question, why is this sector so backward? We're all going to get old. We're all at some point going to need some kind of assistance. We have a supposedly fabulous framework in terms of NHS and so on. Why is that not being deployed effectively into real life, real people? And really, to be honest with you, looking into it, the sector itself in terms of care technology, it did what it needed to do at the time, 10 years or so back, 5-10 years back. People were bringing digital solutions in, but actually very much fragmented solutions. So what actually happens there is care providers who are already running on a very thin margin, they can't really have
especially for bigger ones, it's difficult to make that big capital investment you potentially need, or even if it's just a time investment to switch from one system to another or adopt a new system. Imagine one of the big three having to go from paper records to digital records. The project involved in that would be absolutely epic, and that's the big thing. So what does Predicare do?
Yeah, so look, Predicare essentially is a sort of a holistic approach to sort of care. It's a care management solution tool. We bring the full circle of care, as I call it, whereby the holistic solution that we have is under one single ecosystem. There are many providers out there that are trying to do that right now. Everyone's waking up, which is great, because the sector needs technology. But the problem here is, people are digitizing workflows, but that's not where it should stop. You need to make sure that the data is structured in a particular way. Data is the priceless entity here. When you have data in a very structured manner, you're then able to actually put that data into machine learning, artificial intelligence. You try and get various metrics out of it. You can do simple sort of person-centered measurements that come through to then try and assist the residents' well-being. But more importantly, you need to think about the mix of data, whether it's food intake, whether it's fluid intake, whether it's vitals, the behavior patterns of a resident. Is that then, when you mix it all up, creating a negative or positive impact? So
I suppose those data points are generated, whether they're recorded or not, they're generated. And if you can record them, great. But then what do you actually do with the data? So like it's the same way.
So what it should be doing is, once you have good data, the system should be nudging the care delivery team that, by the way, this resident's projected sort of line is upwards or downward trend, to try and intervene early so that you don't end up eventually being reactive. And then being reactive to care, you literally are then going to go into the hospital.
It's too late at that point, isn't it? If you have to be reactive.
So you've got to be proactive. I mean, the amount of times that I actually learned with my mum, where suddenly I used to get calls at 2 o'clock in the morning, and my mum's temperature was at 35.5, and the immediate reaction is between 36 and 38. Anything outside of that, they'll sort of intervene, either go to the hospital or something like that. Well, actually, my mum's baseline was 35.5. So don't worry, this is her baseline. If you look at the trends. But the problem is, you can't blame the staff, because staff don't have the technology.
And I guess it's unlikely they're even writing that down. And if they were, then how you would collate that into you have to collate that into a pattern. So how is it meant to help the person at the end of it?
Because what you're doing is you're actually intervening early. And sometimes by intervention, you're trying to make sure that the problem doesn't get worse. You're actually also better understanding the resident. Because just imagine, the care sector right now, staffing issues, it's huge, right? And you're going to get, a lot of staff going in and out of the revolving door. Bank staff, temporary staff. These people don't know the residents that well, because they're in there 1 week, they're out, they come back, a few months later, they're back in again, then they're back out. You don't actually get to understand the resident like a full-time employee, right? And because of that, you do need some kind of assistance, because you just can't rely on sort of workflows which are digitized, paper records. You just can't rely on that. You need technology that can really assist you.
You need it in front of you
at real time, point in time.
As someone who's a relative of someone who was in a care home for 4.5 years, I think that there might be some valuable ideas, insights that you could share. So if I'm a manager, if I'm a part of a care team, if I'm someone that would be attending this show and I'm watching this video, I'm saying, okay, well, it's difficult for me to understand that pain point that the families go through. What's something that you would recommend to any care home, anyone that's working in care, to do to help make the families experience?
Engage. Transparency and engage. A lot of the times there's a fear that if you're fully transparent, it may cause a problem. Actually, I mean, I was a family member, right?
It makes it worse, doesn't it? When you feel like they're so I had the same thing with my granddad in a home, and it felt like they weren't being completely honest with what was going on. Actually, it's like, look, we're not going to sue you. We're not going to do. We want to work with you to help you do that. But and again, you can understand from their perspective, and they probably had bad experiences in the past. So
no, but the thing is, it's a natural reaction, right? Whereby something bad happens to a resident, their loved one. You just need to be transparent. And to be honest with you, most, if not all, of the care providers are. It's just how you communicate that and how the transparency is. It is. Is it delayed? How delayed is it? And this is where workflows need to be assisted with technology so that it releases time
Yeah.
for staff to focus on things like that, right? I mean, I used to have frustrations myself. I used to go in, when a care plan needs approving. I used to be my mom's power of attorney. So, you come home from work, you go to the care home, you review the plans. It's all paper based, and hang on, this is not right, that's not right. Then you make your edits, you go back. They then have to redo that. And then another day you come back in again, the whole cycle works, and by that time, a few days have gone by.
Yeah.
Technology can resolve that. Nowadays, with a smartphone and sort of encrypted technology, you can literally do that at a touch of a button. And this is where Predicare's journey is starting, is really to make a difference into the sector. And you know what? All sort of care tech providers should try and collaborate.
And the majority of people I meet in the sector are honestly motivated by just making people's lives better.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really key point. So thanks very much for coming and talking to us today.
Thank you.
We are now going to go live over to Steph, who is somewhere around the show, really, really far away. I don't know. So over to you, Steph.
Hello there. I am near the Speakers Lounge with Insect Law and Becky here. Hello, Becky.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. As you can see, we are miles away from York, aren't we? Just hey. And I'm here, and there are some live butterflies, and it's very, very exciting. I'm very excited to be here, Becky. Tell me a little bit about what you're doing here today.
Yeah, so what we sell is a caterpillar to butterfly growing experience. So our idea is that we send a pot of baby caterpillars, and then over a period of 3 to 5 weeks, you go through the whole process. So we go from larger caterpillars to chrysalis into the butterflies. And then after a couple of days as live butterflies in the habitat, you can take everyone outside, do a big release. They'll often land on your hands. You can take some photos with them. And then all our habitats are fully reusable as well. So once you're finished the first time, you can collapse the habitat, pop it in a cupboard, and then the next time you want to do it, just purchase pots of caterpillars.
Amazing. And is there kind of a time scale that it takes?
Exactly. So our caterpillar season is between March and mid-September. So we're right at the end of our butterfly season. The whole process takes between 3 and 5 weeks, depending on when you do it throughout the year.
Lovely. And obviously you've got lots and lots of butterflies here to show us. Are these ones that have been made by Insect Law? Made? Grown? Made? What do you say?
So we've grown them as our customers would. So these are one of our last batches of the caterpillars of the year. And these ones will actually come back to Cornwall with us and be released tomorrow probably.
Cornwall, you've come a long way today.
We've come a long way, yeah. But we send all over the UK, all around Europe as well. So yeah, we're definitely making space.
So the baby caterpillars, they go in the post. Is that safe? Are they happy to do so?
They're absolutely fine. So in this pot, you can see that they have all of their food. So they're absolutely fine travelling in the post for a couple of days. And then once you get them, it's a really low maintenance process. So they'll stay in this cup for a couple of weeks before you need to do anything with them. So if you're based in a care home or a residential home, we know that people are busy quite a lot of the time. So these ones can just sit in the corner and be watched and enjoyed.
Amazing. And I can imagine this is a really lovely kind of addition to an activities programme or something for a care home. Is there any person that you'd like to come over to the stand in particular? Someone like an activities coordinator or something like that?
Yeah, so activities coordinators are great. Any managers of care homes. Just something that we're introducing this year. We've been in the education sector for the last 50 years. And during COVID, we saw a lot of kids doing the process at home and then sharing the process via Zoom with their grandparents who may be in care homes or retirement villages. So that's why we're here this year for the first time.
Amazing. And what are you giving out here as well? I've noticed you've got some seeds on the bench.
We have. So along with all of our information, if you come over, we will hand you over a pack of our pollinator wildflower seeds. We know a lot of care homes are getting gardens started, and these ones are going to help bring the butterflies to you.
Amazing. And final question then, Becky, what are you most excited for the rest of the show today?
Just meeting all these new people. As I said, it's our first year here, so we're really enjoying seeing people. We get a lot of people coming over a little bit quizzical, but after we've talked to everyone for about 5 minutes, they're on board, and we just hope to spread the love of the butterflies.
Oh, I already love them, if I'm honest, and everyone here loves them as well. What you didn't see is the fact that I had to queue to come and talk to Becky. This has been the most popular stand ever, and I'm pretty sure lots of the guests are upset that I am taking up all of Becky's time right now. So I'm going to head back to the studio in a minute. If you'd like to come to the Butterfly stand, this is Insect Law, and we are next to the speaker room and also the Care Keynote stage. And if you can't find us, just come to our studio. We're right opposite. So I'll see you very, very soon, and thank you very much, Becky.
We worked recently with the Outstanding Society. We made a video for their new app. And in the same way that 500 by Car, the Outstanding Society is all about spreading good practice, good news, and everything. So, Zoe, tell us a bit about the Society, what it aims to do.
Absolutely. So the Society is open to everybody. It's free membership. We have virtual meetings, newsletters. We've released our app this week. It's all about sharing and celebrating best practice, helping others to improve, and also celebrating careers in social care. So we're all very positive.
Lovely. And from your perspective, Sandhya, how do you get involved? What would you do with the Society?
So I was asked to join the team, and it was an absolute honour and a privilege. So back in the day, the Outstanding Society had a slightly different look and a different mission. And then the new team have really decided that it's about celebrating and sharing. We're not there to sell, so there are no sales. It's all about learning. And that's what made it really brilliant, because actually what we've got is a space where it's peer-to-peer sharing. And it works really, really well, because I sit there, and even though we've got the full 5 stars outstanding, what happens is I'm getting great ideas from other providers. And the industry in the sector's changed, because people really now want to share. They're not as guarded anymore about setting a wall up going, oh my God, these are my secrets. Everyone wants to improve together, because it's only through that we all look good. So it's a really, really great way to deliver this wonderful mission.
And I've seen it. I've worked in the sector for about 7 or 8 years.
Yes.
And before the pandemic, the barrier for competition was high, right? Yeah. People did not want to share. Even, often, even if you've got a care home down the road from you or another home care company, you're actually not really servicing the same people. So I think there's magic in sharing those ideas, taking someone who's achieved something like an outstanding, even if it's not an outstanding, even if it's just something good and interesting they're doing. And because I think we can all go and get the bad stories, but there's no function for the good stories. So you guys are the arbitrators of the good news. Hopefully humans will endeavour to prove to you that they do want to hear about good stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, a really great example just recently, York, was that Ruth French, who's one of our other directors, and she runs a company called Stowe Healthcare. She had this great idea, and I heard her talking about it, and I was like, oink. And I literally said, I'm stealing this idea from you. I love it. I think it's genius.
What's the idea? Tell us the idea.
It's a dignity hazard box, or a dignity hazard training. So it's a real life. When you're doing your driver's license, and they do the hazard awareness. So we teach people about dignity and respect, and making sure that we deliver really good, compassionate care. Ruth set up an idea at Stowe where you go into a room and they've set up dignity hazards. So it might be a used pad in the corner, it might be the clothes are untidy, it might be that the water's out of reach, the glasses are dirty. They're really small ideas to spot opportunities where you can improve dignity. So that real life training, and it's immersive, it's implementable, and it's really great. So we came up with our way of doing it, having heard her way, and so we've adapted it, made it the close version, and we thank them for the great idea. So that's peer-to-peer sharing. It's free, it was interesting, it was exciting, and actually the training's gone down a real storm with our team. And that came from one of my competitors, as it were.
I mean, and that's great, and that's what we're looking to do, share ideas. Ultimately, and I really do believe this. Everybody I meet, nearly everybody, there's some, are motivated by delivering excellent care to people, looking after their teams, so they can have a good life, so they can give the people that they look after a good life. And that does seem to me genuinely what people are motivated by. You know, I'm not saying this is perfect, right? There are some people, but that's fine. You know, everyone's got their own motivation, but most people are motivated by the sector. Have either of you got a story about why you decided to work in the care sector, or something that's brought you to the sector?
Oh, so several years ago I started working in nursing homes at the age of 13. I went on to train to be a nurse, worked in the NHS for a little while, became a manager in the NHS, and my grandparents were in nursing homes, and sadly the care wasn't that good. So my mum and dad said, couldn't you do any better, and invested, and I found a beautiful nursing home, 23 bedded home. I owned it for 13 and a half years, achieved the first outstanding rating in West Sussex, 4 out of 5 of the Chloes, not like Sanjay who's got 5.
He's just showing off.
Yeah,
Nice
absolutely. But social care, I absolutely love social care. The more that we can raise the profile, I think it's, absolutely amazing.
Is there any ideas you'd like to share from the app or from the thing, or maybe just tell us about how to get it?
To get it, wow, I think it's really difficult actually, and I think that's where the app and where we have our virtual conferences come in, because actually how do you teach somebody to be outstanding? It's small nuggets of information. It's, you know, I was speaking to my colleague earlier on about winter pressures, and we were saying about cost of living. So she's this year given her staff cards to say how they can help themselves with the cost of living. That's not costing any money to do at all, but she's got really golden nuggets. And actually that's one thing that she said, that she's going to share that so that we can pop it on the app so other companies can use it, so staff can look at, you know, they might not know where to go to get help for energy bills and things like that. So it's those little golden nuggets that I think are,
And a lot of the time in a crisis, it's not necessarily what's actually going to happen, it's what you perceive might happen to you. So enabling people in senior positions with information, some people will need help, right? You know, they'll need, and you go to the Care Workers Charity for that, for example. I know they do grants to help people, but you know, some people will need help, and I've seen some companies paying 600 quid to each one of their employees, right? And that's a big ask for some companies. I know a lot, especially, you know, if you ran a 23 bedded care home, it's hard to make it work, right? Like, it's really, everything's very tight. You've got to work extremely hard to make it work. Hopefully something like this might inspire someone who owns 10 care homes, right? Pay your team 600 quid. They'll like it, it'll be good.
Simple things as well. It's the saying thank you. It's asking if people are okay, and actually, then are you really okay? So it's the things that don't cost any money as well.
And I think that's really important that we understand now in the sector, that there's a lot of work that we can do around low cost innovation. And that's a huge area for us to help homes and providers and managers actually understand that there are some great ideas that they've got which they're just not using, or how to use them and how to implement them. So over the last 3 weeks, we've on the app, we've put on 3 things that we've done. So the clothing protectors, the omelette station, and the gin trolley. Now all of those cost less than £100, yet the impact on the quality of life for the residents is huge. Now I've shared those 3, and the idea is that we want to stimulate everyone that's on the app to actually start uploading their stories, their tales, their ideas, because that's where we're going to get really great implementable sharing. Did I just make up a word?
Yeah, that's good. So I think the core message here is you've created a great app about sharing best practice, sharing good ideas, low cost innovations. So go to the App Store, download the app, type in The Outstanding Society, you'll find it on there. Go have a look, share what you're doing. You know, share.
If you're at the Care Show, come and see us. We've got the Learning Lounge, C90. I was lucky, wasn't it? We've got the Learning Lounge, and we've got some phenomenal speakers from all across the industry that are actually giving you takeaways to physically take back to your service and put them into play.
Lovely. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Lovely. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio at the Care Show, NEC in Birmingham. So we're day 2, and I'm speaking to the opening speaker of the day, David from Peak 15. David, do you want to just introduce yourself and let us know who you are and what you do?
So my name is David Holmes. I'm the proprietor of Peak 15, which is a care and support organisation for people with learning disabilities in Surrey and West Sussex. And actually I was speaking today because I'm also chair, so it feels like Peak 15 is my day job. I'm also chair of a programme called Reinventing Social Care, and so that's why I was on the stage today.
Lovely. And what were you talking about? How do we go about reinventing social care?
Oh, there's the $1 million question. How long have you got? So, Reinventing Social Care was a provider-led initiative that came together 2 or 3 years ago, and it was a bunch of really strong ethical providers who just wanted to move away from all the negativity around social care and put some positive ideas in place and to try and come up with some really great ideas that can move the sector forward in a really positive way. And so today I was talking through 12 of those ideas. We're moving towards a report at the end of the year, and so today I was just giving a bit of a glimpse of some of those ideas.
Lovely. Any tidbit, one or two of the ideas you want to share?
Well, so my presentation filtered down, and it filtered down from a starting point, which is kind of the need for society to reevaluate social care. You know, social care is treated badly. One of the anecdotes that I used in the presentation was a head teacher at a school talking to the school leavers and saying, if you don't work hard, you'll end up in social care. But for me, social care is magical, you know. It's where I've spent the last 25 years of my career. Social care at its best supports people to live rich and purposeful lives. What could be better than that, you know? I've just been at Glastonbury this summer with 6 young people cleaning toilets for WaterAid. I've just walked up Snowdon with a young lady for whom that was never going to happen, you know. Social care can do really great things. So the first thing is about society revisiting and revaluing social care.
Yeah, I think that's really important, isn't it? That I think as a sector we allow other people to set the narrative, and I think we need to take control of that.
Yeah, we absolutely do, and also I think social care has kind of fallen into this position where it's like the dodgy second cousin of the NHS somehow, and we've allowed that to happen, whereas actually for me, social care is equally important as the NHS and education and everything else, and it needs to fit into a better place in the society in which we live. For me, it kind of doesn't sit in its rightful place. So another thing that I was talking about there was how can we better value our staff? You know, our staff are absolutely remarkable at Peak 15. We employ people who are educators and enablers and people who can really light a fire under people's lives. And yet we've allowed their pay to drift down to minimum wage. 10 years ago, people in social care used to be paid more than people in hospitality and people in retail, and now they're paid less. And so there's this dichotomy, isn't there? That, you know, that we've really stretched it. We're expecting more from people, and we're paying them less. And so I don't know if you picked up on a Skills for Care report earlier this week that said that the number of people working in social care for the first time ever has dropped by 50,000. And at the same time, vacancies have increased by 52% to 165,000. And yet we need and want and should have a great social care sector. If there's one thing that ought to be a measure of our society, it should be the quality of our social care, but it's not.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's it's fascinating how that has changed, isn't it? And a lot of the work we do is around sort of trying to make that case for social care, to say, yes, you can get paid 50p more an hour in Lidl, but you know what? Ours will be a better job. You'll be more fulfilled. You'll enjoy it more. And obviously, ideally, if we could pay them a little bit more, I guess that would be useful as well.
I think it's only right and proper. You know, in our society, we're in the 21st century, aren't we? In the sixth largest economy in the world, in southeast England, where I operate, you know, and we ought to be valuing people properly. You know, that the job of social care worker is a really skilled job. We've moved a million miles from it being a low skilled job. It's a really highly skilled job that demands great resilience, and we should be recognising that in people's reward. One of the proposals that we're making very strongly through Reinventing Social Care is to have a grading structure for social care in the same way as they do within the NHS and within local authorities, because then when we're pricing services, we can make reference to that grading structure, and we can remove the ambiguity and make sure that we are paying people appropriately for what's a really skilled job that they're undertaking.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Obviously, every journey, 1,000-mile journey, starts with the first step. have you got any ideas that people can implement immediately? You know, what can they do? Yeah, if I'm an owner of a care home, if I work in a care home, if I'm a family member that interacts with care in any way, have you got some ideas you can share? Just little things that we can get started with.
Well, so the big thing I think that operators can do, and again, it's one of the 12 points that I talked about, is about social care still being quite paternalistic. So social care, and I exaggerate to make the point, social care does stuff to people.
Yeah.
People go through quite a depersonalised process of succumbing to assessments whereby other people come and do assessments to them, and then they get placed rather than having really good choice of where they get their support needs satisfied, and then somebody puts in a care plan in relation to them without consulting them. And so our system is quite paternalistic. If there's one thing that I would like to see providers do, is to take that step and really reevaluate their processes to make them more person-led. You know, we've been talking about person-centred care for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Actually, we're nowhere near it. Services need to be person-led so that people shape their own assessment. We would call it a statement of aspiration. You know, that's somewhere where people can articulate their big dreams. And then we want to see people having real choice of service. We want to see people leading their care planning process and owning their care and support plans. We want to see people leading their review processes. So I think if there's one thing that the provider community can do is really think about their delivery processes and think about how person-led they truly are.
Yeah.
And think about how they can support someone to sit at the very centre of their lives.
Yeah. So rather than saying, look, you know, here's 3 things that you can choose from, it's like, you know, okay, what do you want from the service? Like how can we help you live your best life? And putting, like you say, putting people at the centre of it.
One of the big recommendations that we have in our programme is trying to resolve the issue about local authorities having all the power and control. So local authorities at the moment manage both the demand and the supply side of the care market. They have complete control. And we would like to see that separated. We would like to see a new entity created called, well, we loosely kind of call it the support network for people with learning disabilities, but an entity which is the champion of people, an entity that will help people with their kind of person-led assessment, help people choose services, fight their corner. You know, at the moment I think it's very challenging for people who don't know anything about social care. People don't know about social care until they're in it, until they need it.
Until you reach up to that point.
Absolutely.
And then normally it's probably too late at that point
absolutely.
to start learning how to really, I think it's part of that wider thing.
And that leads us into another discussion about what should be at the heart of social care. And for us, prevention and enablement should be at the heart of that agenda, so that people never get to critical, you know, so that people, you know, with prevention and enablement, everyone wins. People don't get to critical, so they don't need expensive, intensive care and support services. They live better lives, and it's cheaper for society. Everyone wins. That's kind of where we need to be, really.
I think we work a lot in elderly care, and you know, reaching out to people 3-4 years before they come to a point where they need care, to help them understand what's available, how it works, what it is. Because actually, if you have that context and understanding when you arrive at that point, it's good. You can interact with it well. You just need to be prepared, and you need to be. I think societally, we don't like talking about getting old. We don't like talking about things, and I'm sure the same thing as an LD, right? You know, you don't have that. People, it's not talked about openly as we should to say, look, you know, how can we help someone who's got Down syndrome live the best version of their life? It's kind of all sort of swept aside, and it said, I always say if sort of elderly care is the poor cousin of the NHS, I mean LD is like, you know, locked up in the basement, right?
Well, how long have you got? I can talk about that for a long time. And one of the things that I should mention, because I'm on camera and it would be remiss of me not to do, is a programme that my organisation is working on at Peak 15, which is called the Big Life Adventure. And what the Big Life Adventure is about is closing the gap that exists between learning disabilities, people with learning disabilities and other members of society. So what our research tells us, and what our experience at Peak 15 tells us, is that there is this huge gap. You know, people with learning disabilities don't live like everyone else. They don't have many friends, they don't have close personal relationships, they don't have a special person, they don't have intimacy, they don't get married, they don't have children, they don't have a job, they don't have tenure
It's
over
all
their
about what they
accommodation.
can't, not allowed to do, rather than.
They live really sheltered lives. I sometimes articulate it as Groundhog Day. People with learning disabilities live Groundhog Day. They get up every day without purpose in their lives, and every day looks the same. And clearly it's not all like that. We do some good work in LD services, but we do it in spite of the system rather than because of it. And so we're working on this program called Big Life Adventure, which is supporting people to have big dreams. A lot of planning short term, and it's kind of medical model planning about medication and dentists and doctors. Whereas what we want to support people to have big dreams about is who they want to marry, where they want to live in 10 years' time, what job they really want to do. If you want to be a fighter,
they want to go on.
If you want to be a fighter pilot, tell us. You might never make it, but go on the journey. Life's about the journey. And so I think there is I put up a slide in there which specifies that a third of the adult social care budget goes on working age adults. My belief is that if we can support people, if we can throw the kitchen sink at supporting people to articulate big dreams and go on that developmental journey, follow that pathway to reach your goals, actually you will cost society a lot less because you will be much more independent. You will have a broader group of friends, you will find a loved one that you share your life with. Your life will be rich and enhanced in a way that people can only dream of at the moment, and that would cost our society so much less. So interesting, isn't it? That it's not necessarily about spending more money on social care, although clearly I would welcome that. But it's definitely about thinking about how we do spend the money that we have.
So we've covered some big topics today.
Yeah.
I have one big question for you, and it's about toast. We've been having a debate at Five on a Bike about toast. So this morning at breakfast, I was sorting toast, you put your butter on, you put your jam on top, and one of the team stopped me and said, "What do you mean butter and jam?" I said, "Butter and jam." He's like, no butter, just jam. Where do you stand on this?
I would definitely go for butter and jam. I think you need the moisture in there.
Yeah. And I was watching an episode of Peaky Blinders, and they put butter, just jam on the bread. Okay, so maybe it's a bit old-fashioned. Maybe he's just old-fashioned at heart, my colleague. So
I think 21st century England, we can just about afford a bit of butter, and we should enjoy that luxury on our toast.
Well, I guess really it's about people making their own choices.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for being with us today, David.
No,
I'm going to
not at all.
hand back over to Steph now, who is out and about somewhere around the Care Show. Over to you, Steph.
Pardon? It'll be live.
There's Steph.
Hello everyone, so we are back at the floor of the Care Show. I am opposite H30 Sequoia with Appetito. I would say it's H40, but you won't find it by looking for H40. All you need to do is look for the blimp. And I wish I could give you some smell-o-vision right now because it smells amazing over here. I'm here with Anne-Marie from Appetito. Hi Anne-Marie, how are you?
I'm brilliant, and yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. And now for those who haven't heard of Appetito, which sounds a bit shocking because everyone has, tell me a little bit about it. What is it?
Well, Appetito, we look after care homes, and basically we are providing the residents of the care homes with nutritional food, and that is like for the lighter meals, we do breakfast, we do obviously main meals, but ensuring that they're getting all the nutrients that they require in order to keep themselves sort of healthy and well.
Lovely. And how do you kind of cater for different dietary requirements and things like that?
Oh, huge range. We've got over 250 different items on our menu, and that includes everything from gluten-free to, if someone's just come out of hospital, they might not particularly have a great appetite. So we do like high-density food in smaller portions, just to sort of get them back to that eating habit again. So, and then we've got vegetarian, we've got vegan. And we just want to make sure that our care home residents are getting the best quality food and huge choice.
Lovely. And, nutrition leads on to everything else in care, doesn't it? When someone's kind of well fed, they sleep better, falls are reduced, things like that. So this is kind of the starting point, isn't it, really?
It is. And, once care homes come on board with us, they tend to stay with us because it takes so much pressure off the home. Obviously, at this time, getting staff is difficult, keeping staff is difficult. The rising cost of food is huge at the minute, so they can actually budget with our food and they know that that's what it's going to cost them month in, month out. So that's where, it's huge for care homes, especially at this time with fuel bills and everything else going up so much, that they can actually, at least when it comes to food, they know how much it's going to cost them.
Brilliant. So it's just a peace of mind, isn't it? There's so much that goes into running a care home. At least you know the nutrition is covered with Appetito.
Absolutely.
And what kind of are the favourite foods that you find from residents? I'm presuming they request certain dishes. What do you think is the favourite thing?
It tends to be the old comfort foods, the things that we still love, you know, shepherd's pie or lasagna, or, you know, just the comfort foods that we all love. And especially with the coming to winter, we all like that sort of comfort food.
Absolutely. Hearty stuff with gravy.
And of course, don't forget the desserts, because we do the best sticky toffee pudding. It is amazing.
Oh, amazing. So I'm going to head over now to your van here. I must say, this is arguably one of the most exciting setups here at the Care Show. There is so much to look at. Anne-Marie, just take me through the menu today.
Well, basically, I mean, we've got curried lamb and potato with tomato, which is a beautiful curry, which we serve with vegetable rice. And this is, again, one of the favourites in our care homes. And then we'll have the premium roast beef, which is extremely tender and very yummy, which we serve with the mash and veg. And then we've got the red cabbage and apple and port and the minted summer vegetables. And there's just a huge selection. Then we've our desserts, and we've got the clotted cream rice pudding, which is there beautifully displayed by Philip.
I bet that's a favourite. I love rice pudding.
But clotted cream rice pudding is just decadence. And then we have the sticky toffee pudding that I'd mentioned earlier. And then, as you see at the very front of our stand here, all of our tray bakes are gluten-free. So again, you know, so many people have allergies. So
amazing.
That they can have nice things. So we've got our gluten-free tray bakes there, along with a selection of the cakes that we do, which again, you know, is favourites in care homes when it comes to afternoon tea and things like that. So
absolutely, and I think that's a really kind of standout point, the fact that it is inclusive of people. There's so many people that are celiac and gluten intolerant. To give them more than just one option is a really, really lovely thing.
Yeah, and that goes for our whole menu, not just with the cakes. I mean, we've got vegan, vegetarian, we do halal, you know, we do kosher. You know, we have a huge and varied menu because, you know, we've had to grow. You know, our communities are so diverse. We need to ensure that we're catering for everyone. And that's what we do.
Love that. And so from the show today, who would you like to encourage to come over to the Appetito stand and try some of this lovely food?
I need all you care home, you lovely care home people, get yourself to our stand today because you will not be disappointed. And we really would love to see you.
Lovely. And it's not just open at lunchtime, it is open now to try. Anyone from a care home owners, anyone that's come from care homes, please come over and try some of this lovely food. I'm getting overwhelmed by the smells. It smells really, really good. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for talking to me.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming and talking to us.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to head on back to the studio where I think we might have a VT lined up for you. I will see you very, very soon.
In terms of culture, you know, small little things saying thank you, thinking about other people, making time, planning ahead, all of these things when you're managing your teams are very, very important. And what you want to really, ideally, you want to create is a culture where people will go out of their way because they feel so valued. And they will do that extra shift, and they will do this and they will do that because they know they're going to get it back tenfold from their employer. And that doesn't have to be monetary, it doesn't have to be a 20% raise. It could be done in so many other ways. So think a bit outside the box and move away from that generic start. It's not working. People are individual. People want different things now when they go to work. The world's massively changed. So we have to keep up with that.
How companies can maybe use kind of the function of HR to really make those positive cultural impacts that they want to within organizations. Like I know, like as a business owner myself, sometimes the culture you aspire to have isn't the one that you've got. And it's really difficult to kind of work out how you might change that. And it takes a long time. And I think, you know, by using some clever tools in a HR function, like maybe over time you can do that. So I don't talk me through if you had any clients that have had sort of success along this lines of like really changing their culture and really changing the perception people have of what they're like as an employer.
Yeah, we have. obviously, it's been in the news. We talk about it a lot. Recruitment in social care is such an issue for so many providers, so many organisations. And it's because either people start with an employer and they're like, this isn't what I was sold, this isn't my expectations of what it was going to be like to work here, or actually it's just not a very nice place to work and I don't really like it. And so we've seen two issues really, recruitment and retention, and they really do link in with each other. So we've worked with quite a few clients on, I think normally, they're coming to us because they need us to put out some kind of a fire or there's an emergency. And usually, one of them could be, we've got a recruitment crisis. And we've been working with a client for about a year now. And that was very much the case when they first came to us. And they had this very generic HR outsource model, like a lot of providers do. And we are seeing a lot of people moving away from that now. So they didn't really know what was in their contracts. Their policies they were there, so they could show a CQC inspector, yes, we've got disciplinary, yes, we've got this, we've got that, but it didn't really reflect who they were as an organisation. So we started doing kind of two types of work. Essentially, we do the reactive kind of work, which is the cases that are coming in, looking at those sickness absences, those potential disciplinaries, what's kind of going on in the organisation when people are upset or unhappy and unengaged. And then we run a very proactive piece. So we looked at their HR, their contracts. We rewrote everything. We consulted with staff. We talked about what the new culture wanted, what they wanted it to look like. What is their vision? What is their purpose? Do their staff know this? Do they live it? And then we've been on a journey with them essentially, but not just them, lots of clients like them in the care sector. And, now we're at a place where we have changed what the employer brand looks like out there on social media, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, all of these kind of things with them about giving out the right message. But we've looked at benefits, we've looked at what they can do on like a shoestring budget, essentially. So not a huge amount of money in the pot, in some cases, nothing at all. But what can we do? Things like birthdays off, supporting a charity, all these kind of things. Just trying to make life easier, really, for everyone. Yeah. So happy employees.
So do you have one piece of advice just to sum up? Like, what could I do? Fixing culture is a big job. What's something I can start today? What should I do? As I'm a manager or an owner, what can I do? What can I change now?
I think if you've got problems with recruitment and retention, I think there's probably a couple of things that you need to look at. So first of all, do you know what your employment documents are, and do you know, are they reflective of you? Often we see contracts that the owners think that they're fit for purpose and they're really, really not. They're too generic. So I would say, I know
all about those. I've got a handbook for 5 and a half, which is generic. But exactly. I don't even want to look at it.
Well, you see, the problem that we're having now is a lot of providers are coming to a CQC and saying, we're not interested in. We know who that provider is. We know they're large scale. We see that everywhere. We're not now accepting that, and people have been tied into. So I would say move away from the generic side of things. Think about your organisation and start small things. Are we having one-to-ones? Are we talking to our staff? Don't be defensive. Be brutally honest about what needs to change in your organisation. Get your basics and your house in order in terms of the foundations of your HR. A lot of people, like I said, don't tick box when it comes to your policy and your process. Think about what you want and is that reflective.
We are here with another speaker, so if you would like to introduce yourself, let us know who you are and what you do.
Sure, I'm Tifani Nagenjan. I'm the co-chair at Care Providers Voice. So we're an organisation that was set up by providers, so it's myself, my co-chair, Mike Armstrong. We're supported by 2 directors, John Timms and Pooja Barrett as well. And we have a wider team of North East London providers who support us. We've also got a team whereby we've got Liz, who's our business strategy manager. We've got 2 job brokerage officers. We've got a business administrator, social care coordinator, currently recruiting for a care certificate assessor and a nurse educator facilitator as well.
Lovely.
So
So
quite
we
a
were
lot of
just
us.
talking just before when I
Yep.
didn't realise we were live about the different things you do. And one thing I picked up on was the job brokering and this idea
Yep.
that someone, you might help find someone a job and they then, rather than just leaving that job and leaving the
Yeah.
sector, that they can then come back and say, actually, that job's not right for me, but I like this element of it, so can I go into that setting
Yeah.
instead? So tell me a bit about how that works.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, the sector is in crisis, right? We all know it's in crisis. We need to increase the number of people who are working within the sector. So various ways of doing that. So one way is to ensure that people stay within the sector and that we reduce the barriers to entry. So a lot of that is around training and the cost of training. So we've got funding from local authorities and the training hubs as well for Grey Matter Learning, actually, our training provider will buy its free e-learning training that we're able to offer out to the providers and to the entire workforce. But then that also ensures that when people do move around services, that as a provider, as an employer, you don't feel that you've invested in someone and then gone and left you. Yes, that may be the case, but it's also about being long-term in your thinking and thinking, okay, fine, they've gone over to you, let's say, but in 6 months, someone's going to go from you to me. And that's what happens. We want people to be moving around the sector, for their roles to be a good personality match, and for people to enjoy work and what they do. So for people to feel that, you know, they had an amazing day at work, and we want people then to be going home and telling their friends and families, I had a wicked day, it was great. And that's how we change community, you know, perception. And rather than it being, well, my neighbour's dog walker's auntie once was in a care home and had an awful experience, and therefore that person's never going to go work in a care home. Well, no, why don't you go and see what it's actually like and realise that there is that web of opportunity and different settings and different roles that can be tried. So with our recruitment, we do weekly bulletins, so we advertise all of our vacancies out to the job brokers, out to the work advisors. We've just started working with the careers teams as well, so out to the school advisors as well, to showcase that range of opportunities. So yes, there are care roles, but there's also activity coordinator, we've got finance roles, we've got manager roles, we've got gardeners, cooks, chefs, you know, a whole range of opportunities. And also working with the training organisations and the hubs and things means that we can link the training opportunities that are available to people once they set foot into the sector. So it's about getting people into the sector.
Yeah.
And we do a lot of outreach work as well, and work whereby we've got sessions that are called Inspired to Work in Care. So we go to the job centres and speak to work coaches and tell them about this web of opportunity, going out to schools and colleges, working with Skills for Care, for example, now HCP, Care City, which are organisations that have the ambassadors. So we work with the ambassadors promoting the sector, but with Care Providers Voice, not only are we able to showcase a particular opportunity or an employer, if that employer and that opportunity that they're able to offer isn't right for them, we say, well, come to our website. So we're that central point and that real hub for social care. So let's say if you're a young person or just somebody studying health and social care, yes, you can go to NHS Jobs and see what's there, but also have a look at CPV Now and our website.
I can't imagine
and you
that's
can
very
get all of
inspiring, the NHS Jobs
But it's a
section.
central point though,
Yeah,
isn't it?
is,
You know,
yeah.
so like even if you're looking for work experience or placements or just your foot in through the door, because it's such a big beast, isn't it, the NHS?
Yeah.
But in North East London, we employ more people than the NHS does. We
I
support
think that's the
more
same
people.
across the country, really,
Yeah.
isn't it? There's a lot of employment. So thinking about kind of things to do with recruitment, like obviously lots of people are challenged by this. Have you got any sort of low cost or free, easy ideas that people should be getting going immediately? Like if they're, I've got a problem with recruitment.
Yep.
What's 1-2 things you'd say to people? Try this, try this.
Go and engage with your local job centres, and go and engage also if you do have a local authority employment team, put yourself on your radar. So ideally providers do come together because then you can showcase the range of opportunities that's available. And that's an easier conversation then for example, the local authority to have if it's one single point. But if you don't have a provider organisation or you aren't able to come together, you yourself just go there. And I know a lot of people have previously had poor experiences or maybe have felt sort of disengaged with the process previously, but just go out and sit at the job centre, for example.
So I had a really good experience actually. I used the Kickstarter scheme to employ someone into my company.
Yep.
Actually, it's Ben here on the
Oh, is
camera.
it?
Started with us as a Kickstarter, now works for us full time.
Great.
And honestly, they really rolled out the red carpet for me as a business owner. And social care mostly are companies or charities. And I don't know whether that experience will be the same, but they really, really helped me find someone. They brought people over to me and they really engaged in that process with me. So ultimately they're motivated by finding people jobs. Social care has lots of good jobs to offer, and that are inspiring and interesting and wholesome, that people can get involved in. So I think that's a really interesting.
We need to realise that we are all ambassadors. So that doesn't really matter if you're in social care or whatever it is that you are doing. Whenever you are going out and you are having conversations with people, you are representing, what your values are, what you stand for, and when you go and speak to the job centres, you are an ambassador for your organisation, but you're also an ambassador for all the sectors. So if you're going out and you're showcasing the opportunities that you have, and lots of other people do the same thing, that's how we then showcase the range and really say to others that this is what our sector has to offer. It's an exciting sector to be part of. Lots and lots of opportunities. Come and work in our
loads.
sector.
That's the thing. There's loads of opportunities. That I've seen many people work from care assistant through to home manager. There's even examples of people who are now MDs and CEOs of care companies where they've started off as care assistants. So I think it's a great opportunity. I do have one big question for you though. We've covered a lot of things. It's about toast.
Okay.
So we've been having a debate at Five on a Bike about toast.
Yeah.
We were talking about at breakfast this morning. So get your toast, put butter on it, bit of jam on top of that. And one of my team stopped me and said, "What do you mean butter and jam?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, what do you mean just jam?" So where do you stand on this? Butter and jam or just jam on your toast?
Butter. But question for you: do you put butter in your sandwiches?
Absolutely.
Some people don't.
I know, it's weird, isn't it? There's this thing me and my kids watch on TikTok called Roll for Sandwich. And it's an American guy, and he rolls the dice, and he has sort of 6 things, and he builds a sandwich out of rolling the dice. And he never puts butter on his sandwiches, so maybe it's an American thing.
I think it is. So people put butter on before they put, this is such an old conversation, but if they're going to put like tomatoes in, because I think the tomatoes leaks into the bread, so you put butter as a seal.
Yeah, it's like a protector.
Yeah, but if you don't have something wet in there, then you don't put butter.
I don't know, maybe we're just conditioned by the butter, by big butter to just...
but it melts in, it's nice.
Lovely, well thank you very much for coming to see us today, it's a
No
pleasure.
worries.
Enjoy your talk, and
Thank you.
good people to check out your organisation.
Yes, we're down in the People and Wellbeing Theatre at 12:10. In Care Providers Voice, we've got 3 panels as well today, so thank you very much for having me.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
So thanks very much. We are, I think, going out live to Steph again, who is at the Home Care Association stand. So over to you, Steph.
Hello, thanks York. We are at the Home Care Association stand here, and here at Five on a Bike we are big fans of the Home Care Association. I'm here with Erica. Hello Erica, how are you?
How are you? How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. So for those who don't know about the Home Care Association, tell me a little bit about it.
Well, we're the membership body of all home care agencies in the UK, the only membership body. And so we're just really passionate, making sure that we supply home care agencies with the tools they need to do the job that they do, which is just valuable in our sector.
Lovely. And you are kind of a really supportive platform for all home care providers, aren't you? And it's for small and large, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So we have from the startups to medium-sized organizations to the really big members. But yes, valuable. So we're able to just let them join together and have that network and really learn from each other, help them to grow the business and really help them to make an impact that is needed really, very much so.
Brilliant. And how is the show going for you so far?
It's great. It's really, really busy. It's my first time to the October show, but it's amazing because we've met a lot of our members here, which is just great, seeing them face to face. A lot of goodies to take. But we've had a lot of inquiries, a lot of new startups come to us and larger members as well. But it's really been very, very interactive, very lively, really good, and seeing you guys walking around as well, which is great. But yes, really enjoying it.
Lovely. And who would you kind of encourage to come over to the stand? Who would you like to encourage to get here?
Really, I'd like home care agencies to come. So especially the new startups, we're able to help them, just give them tools on how to keep growing their business and what they need, training resources, just because we, as a membership body, believe we should bring everyone together and just work in the sector together, learn from each other, and just make it better, because this is what we want to do, really, to really grow home care.
Lovely. And from my perspective, we've worked with the Home Care Association for a little while now. And obviously, I've kind of met a few of your members as well and interviewed them about being members of the Home Care Association. And something that I've noticed about this is that everyone here is here to help each other. Technically, they should be competitors maybe. They should be kind of going up against each other, but that's not the energy here, is it? It's just such lovely energy. Everybody's friends, really, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. This is it. I mean, it's not a time to be competitive. It really is a time to work together, because we have to look at the people that need home care, and they're not looking at competitors. They're looking at, I need help, so therefore, can you give me this help? And home care agencies are all in different areas of the country. So it's a wide sector, so there is actually no need to compete. It is just to help each other, to just help this sector to grow and to really provide that help that's needed. So it's just not a time to be competitive. And no, we don't have that competition, that sort of, backbiting sort of competition in our membership. We have members that grow together and just come together, and that's why our stand looks so bright, because everyone just comes together, and really it's really lovely sector to be in, and just really enjoyable. Really
lovely, and we love being in the sector as well. I think that, as you say, everybody is here to help each other. At the end of the day, all your members are really aiming for the same thing, right? They're trying to do the best for their service users. It's not a sector you come into to make lots of money. Everybody knows this. You're here for good reasons. People really do care, and even with suppliers, like there's our membership organisations, everybody has that same value, I think, and everybody really does care. That's all my questions. Have a lovely day at the show. What are you most looking forward to?
Ooh, the next one. Be great.
I love that energy. Okay, I'm going to head on back to the studio now, where York is going to be doing his next interview. I will see you very, very soon.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. We're here with Jane from Care Campaign for the Vulnerable. So Jane, do you want to just tell us who you are and what you do?
My name is Jane Connery, and I am the director of the Care Campaign for the Vulnerable. So I support families and carers in care, and we also support the use of safety monitoring in communal areas in care homes.
Lovely. So I know you very well, Jane. You're a big campaigner for kind of safety and advocate a lot for families in the care sector. And obviously, the sector is in itself an amazing place. It has its problems, but I think today we're focusing on sort of positive, great stories about things that have happened. So, what's good? What's good, Jane?
And you know what, York, it is so important to focus on the positives, and I think that's the key area. Yes, we talk about challenges. Yes, we talk about what doesn't always go right and how you can put that right. But no, it's so important to talk about the good. And today, yesterday we were talking about the use of monitoring in care homes. We had a fantastic emotive debate with Nadra Ahmed from the National Care Association chairing it. Today I am on a panel to discuss what relatives really want in care. And Care Campaign for the Vulnerable, we play an integral part in families' lives in care. And I know what they are telling us, what they want, what they need, what they expect. And I also speak to carers, because we support carers now that come to us. And they're talking about wanting greater transparency, wanting better conditions, better pay. It can go across the board, really, York. There's so much to talk about, but I think all in all, families in care are important.
Absolutely. We had a really interesting conversation with Nadra yesterday, just after to talk. Maybe we can see if we can get that played out after our interview here. So see what Nadra had to say. But she, again, very positive about the whole, and said it was a productive, emotive debate. And it's really interesting to see you being involved with the Health and Social Care Club and going into the to talk about relatives, because they are a really important part of the process, and often forgotten about. I was talking to a chap earlier who his mum was in care for 4.5 years, and he talked about transparency and the idea that sometimes organisations are worried about being transparent, whereas most people just that's the point of frustration.
Well,
but when you don't feel like the truth's been told.
I agree with that, York, and you know, but I have a lot of respect for providers, and I think that's something that gets a little bit confusing when I'm talking about greater transparency in care homes. You know, we're talking about this for the providers too. You know, I have huge admiration for the job that they do, and I have no doubt that they wake up in the morning and say, you know, we don't want to perform well today for our residents. Absolutely not. But I do think, like Nadra touched on, you know, I think it is important that we do look at the role of the family, and I think that's important, and to get it all right, it's vital.
Lovely. So we've been talking a lot about low-cost innovation, so ideas that care providers, care workers, families could just do to help improve care settings, care services. Do you have any ideas, Jen? Anything you can share?
Again, it's interesting you say that, because I've been walking around today. I've had 2 hours to just breathe and to walk around and to see the innovation that we've got here at the Care Show. It is absolutely incredible what I've come up against. I mean, you're talking about cheaper sort of innovation, tech to improve care. Particularly, my passion is dementia elderly care. You know, people have got to come to the shows like the Care Show. They've got to look at what's out there to better care, to safely care for elderly, and there's no better place than the Care Show. Absolutely not.
Lovely. And I've got one big question for you, Jane.
Oh dear.
It's about toast.
Toast?
Toast. We were having a debate at Five on a Bike about toast, so I said, we're talking about it, get the toast, put the butter on, jam on top, and one of my team stopped me and he said, what do you mean butter and jam? And I said, what, you just have jam? Yeah, I just have jam. You don't have butter, you don't mix it. Where do you stand on this?
Well, I feel quite nauseous now, because I don't know how anybody can I don't eat butter, I just have jam.
Okay, all right.
I'm a toasted
Another
jam
just
girl.
jam, another just jam.
But
okay.
it has to be strawberry.
Okay.
Can't be raspberry
Yeah.
with all those pips. It's got to be strawberry. So I am absolutely that anybody that has butter and jam, they've got to go into room 101.
I think we might have to fall out about this, Jane.
No, sorry.
So Chris is what?
Chris, I'm with you. Absolutely.
Well, lovely. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us, Jane.
Thank you.
I think anybody that wants to help you with the work you do, have a look at your Jane's website, cctv.
CCFTV's carecampaignforthevulnerable.com.
Yeah, perfect. So I think we'll leave it there, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
My director did tell me in my ear what we were coming to next, but I didn't actually hear what he said. So okay, so we have an interview with Simon coming up next. So thank you very much. Speaker, you know, you're here, you're speaking to people.
Yeah,
so
I'm speaking to people.
Do you want
I'm not speaking at the event this time. I've done this event before, and I've done Langham Buson, but not this year.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Simon Crowther. I am Managing Director of Care Skilled, which is a care consulting company, and I've just re-entered the market. I've been a care provider starting in 2000, and I had a chain of domiciliary care, and I've had nursing homes and care homes. And I've just re-entered the market again 18 months ago by purchasing a home care business, and we're opening our second branch in January 23.
How's the business going? Home care business, you know, challenging times for all, but you know, interesting business.
It's challenging, but we don't seem to have some of the issues that many other people have. You know, it's. I'm kind of trying to apply the things that I talk about in my consulting and talk about on social media and the information that I put out and the advice that I give. And we're actually just applying it for real, you know, kind of putting my money where my mouth is. And we don't seem to be having, I mean, it's taken a long time to get there, but we don't seem to be having the issue with recruitment, for example. I mean, now we've got to the stage where we're running an induction every 2 weeks and we're getting, you know, an average of 6 or 7 people on that induction every 2 weeks. So yeah, it's going really well, actually.
Oh, good. So it's interesting because we've talked before,
Yeah.
and I think the same as me. We talk about this idea that it isn't necessarily that there's not enough people available. It's that the company isn't presenting the job in the right way. It isn't, making people aware of the fact that care is a great place to work potentially for them. And finding the right people.
When I first started in the care sector, all you had to do was put an advert. It was pre-internet days, so you had to put an advert in the local paper, and you were inundated with jobs, and job applicants, and it wasn't really an issue. And I sold out in about 2006 and exited the sector completely. And coming back into it now, the biggest thing that I do notice is back then you had to be good at care, but you didn't really have to be that good at business or commercial. And when I say business, I think understanding things like operations, marketing, sales, that was a bit of an anathema in the care sector, and it still is. And I think those skill sets are lacking. And what I've learned is other sectors that I've worked in that are not care, I've used some of the skill sets of understanding sales and marketing techniques and applying them to the recruitment sector, applying them to recruitment. And I think that knowledge people are getting the hang of it now, and people are realising that matters, but there's a lack of it within the sector because you've never really had to have that before. And if you get a grip of that and you realise that's what it's about and how you present yourself, how you market yourself and your values, you can actually engage with people. But it's not straightforward. It requires an awful lot of effort and a long lead time, but it certainly can be done.
What I find really interesting is the kind of idea of low-cost innovation. So the idea of things that people can do, so tips, tricks, techniques that people can do to apply to the process. So I talked to Alfie earlier. He talked about creating an avatar. It doesn't cost anything to do that. It can be really valuable. What if you got a tip, a trick? And that could be from the recruitment side. It could be as an operator of a home care company.
I think the fundamental thing to do is realise that the power is actually not with the employer anymore, because we're at full employment and everybody's the same. This isn't a care sector thing. I hear that this is a care sector thing. It's not. I read a story in the paper just last week that there is a barristers' chambers in London which is offering 100,000 to a trainee barristers on 100,000 straight out of uni, because they can't recruit people. My own accountant was saying that they're now paying for junior trainee accountants. They're paying what a qualified accountant used to, because they just can't get people. So this is across the country. We're at full employment. So you have to, the tips and the trick, the very first thing I would say is you've got to change your mindset and realise that what have you got to offer the staff member, not what you want from them. So when I look at job adverts, you go on Indeed and look at the job adverts for the care sector, and they're all the same. They're essentially just a list of bullet points that basically it's their job description stuck onto Indeed, and then apply here. And it's what must you have and what must you have. Put that on its head, and it's what can you give. And I'm not talking about the kind of little twee things like a blue light card or discounts on this, or I'm talking about your values and your culture. And Skills for Care have been shouting this for ages. It's this values-based recruitment. But you're taking that values-based recruitment and you're actually turning it into an advertisement. And you were saying about Alfie before, and I've spoken to Alfie and yourself in the past. So this will, if anybody's watching this, go back, watch the Alfie interview, then come back here. But what I'm saying is about the avatars. The purpose of the avatar is you're trying to sell to those each individual people. So if I've got one job advert, or if I've got one job, I will actually have 7 adverts because I've got seven avatars. So I've written an advert specifically to sell to each one of those people. Now that doesn't cost anything. It costs time because you've got to kind of learn about it, watch videos like this, look at what Alfie's saying, look at what you're saying, sign up, educate yourself on this stuff, but it costs nothing to implement.
So you would advocate for, if you are recruiting at the moment and you've only got one version of your job advert, that's not good enough.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You've got to decide who is it you're targeting. And the avatar, that's what the avatar, I'm not going to repeat all that because obviously you've just spoken about that. But that's who are you after? Who's your target market? And that comes from marketing in other sectors. Business to consumer marketing is, you know, ironically, I learned this selling nothing to do with care, selling boxing gloves. You know, how do I sell my brand of boxing glove and take on Adidas and Reebok, who dominate? I can't take them on. I don't have their marketing budget. So I've got to be clever about the way that I do it. And it's applying that into the care sector and looking at who is your market being who is it that you're trying to target, who is going to come and work for you, what do they want, and what can you offer them? Why are you better than all your competitors for that one person? You know, I can't solve the recruitment problem for the whole sector. What I can do is solve my problem. Now that might sound a bit selfish, you know, that I can't really solve it for the sector, but I wish I could. What I can do is solve it for myself, although that is at the expense of my competitors, because I just have to make sure that the people who do want to work in the care sector come to me rather than anyone else. And if you change your mindset to that, and then there's loads of free resources out there, you know, get onto Twitter, get onto social media and follow people who are not necessarily in the care sector. People who talk about sales, people who talk about marketing, people who talk about how to write a sales pitch. Educate on that, and then develop your strategy, your recruitment strategy from there, and it will work. And the proof's in the pudding. It's working for us really well. It's taken a long time though. It's taken about 12 months to get to that stage, but now it's kind of got a life of its own.
Lovely. So we have a big question which we're trying to answer today. We were having a debate at breakfast this morning with the 5 and a Bite team, and we were talking about toast. Okay. And I said, oh, you know, some butter on toast and some jam on top of it. And 2 of my team said, what do you mean butter and jam together on toast? And I said, what do you mean not having butter? So just putting the jam on the toast.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So where do you stand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Butter.
Absolutely, butter on toast.
Yeah. With jam, right? And
yeah.
with jam on top.
Yeah,
and you mix it together a little bit. You know,
Buster's like your primer.
Yeah.
You put that on. That's setting the stage.
We're building a strong consensus here, so I'm going to hand over to Seth. Thank you very much for coming in, Simon.
Great, thanks very much.
Really useful, really good information to share with everybody. You know, really spread that kind of culture of innovation and change in the sector we need. Hello, welcome back to Meet the Speaker Studio, live at the Care Show. We're here with Paul Blaine. Hi Paul, can you tell everybody who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so my name's Paul Blaine. I'm the Managing Director of CBAT, which is Care Business Associate Training, national training organisation all over the country. I'm also the Managing Director of SBL Care Homes for the elderly, residential, and I'm a co-founder and moderator of the Health and Social Care Club, which is...
the award-winning...
Sorry, you're absolutely right. The award-winning Health and Social Care Club, which goes live now the first Wednesday of every month, free forum for people to come on to.
Awesome. So you're here today doing a couple of talks. Tell us a little bit what we're talking about today.
Yeah, so today we've got a real good one in the keynote, on the keynote stage, which is what relatives want or really want. So we thought it would be great for the Health and Social Care Club to bring a lot of national leaders on the forums, like Rights for Residents, etc. like that, to the stage and let the audience hear what they've got to say. So give them that platform to speak, because it's so important that we hear what people who want to use our services are looking from our services. And so look forward to that, and then I'm straight from there, hot-footing it over to be with me mates at the Caring View, and we're going to be talking about the cost of living crisis on that one. So it's going to get busy very soon.
Indeed, indeed. So, I mean, not to put words in people's mouths, but what do relatives want?
I think they want assurances, to be fair. You know, the reality of the situation is the cost of care is very high. So a lot of public perception is if I'm paying, you know, in excess of £700, £800 a week or more for mum and dad's care, then that's a lot of money to people. And they don't understand how much it costs to actually deliver that. So we have to sort of like be real with people, and I think we have to, with relatives, they're looking for that trust, that credibility, validity, that partnership, relationship, and they want to make sure that mum and dad are safe, because in the main there's a reason why they've gone into a care home, be it through mobility issues, deterioration in health, isolation. So they want to get mum and dad back to a good place, and
Trust, I would say, is the number one thing. Trust that people are going to care.
Transparency, I think, is a
Absolutely.
theme that's come up a lot today, where it's like, I think that idea that the care home might not be being completely open, I think is a real frustration point for people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we talked a lot today and through different people about low cost innovation. So have you got any great ideas that you could share with people, and there's a multitude of kind of opportunities that people could apply to, so recruitment, marketing, operations. Have you got any ideas you can share with people across your experience? So it's a man that owns a care home, a couple of care homes, and a training company.
Yeah.
What can people do? How could what could someone watching this now take away and do?
Okay, so obviously there's lots of technology out there that you can go and source, and they're effective and they're responsive and they have the position. But the biggest resource that you have is yourself. So I've always looked at a time of a crisis or a looming crisis, what tools do you have in your own bag? That's where innovation starts, with you actually coming up with ideas and solutions and creating those solutions so they become a real thing. So look at your budgeting, look at your spend straight away, what you're spending. Work out sort of like, has that been an percentage increase of your turnover year after year after year? If so, why? What's the return on investment that you're actually getting out of that? And start to look at things like your training and think, okay, well, if we've been doing it this way for the last 5 years and this has been the cost, what can we actually do to get better training, better resources, more efficient and effective and better results for a lower cost? Now, I'm often saying this, we're not an e-learning company.
Yeah. Well, you're an advocate for 5% of turnover on training?
Absolutely, yeah. So we're not an e-learning company, but if you sign a contract with an e-learning company, the most important thing to look at is actually the learning management system that comes with it, because normally that's free.
Yeah.
Now that's going to track everything for you, let you put your validity, make use of that, and then for your money that you're spending on your face-to-face time with people, make it that it's actually doing something for your business. So if you want your business to go in a direction in the next 12 months, use the e-learning for your statutory and your mandatory. Invigorate your staff to actually be able to do proper competency assessments on people, so you don't have to keep going back to the classroom all the time. And look at, if I want my business to be high quality, then I need to actually look at what high quality is, so I can spend my budget in the main on good customer service, really good customer service, really good person-centered care approaches, teaching people management, teaching your staff how to deal with financial budgets, how to work the money, how to find the best APR. It may be nothing to do with care, but it's going to retain those staff during a crisis. We have to be thinking out of the box. Intuition, innovation comes from doing something that you've not done before. And that's where you start with yourself to look at, what am I doing? What can I do differently? What's the business doing? What could it do differently? And then use all these different technologies and hybrid them together to get the best solution for you.
Yeah, I think sometimes, as simple as just having a breath, taking a look at, like, are you working in the right way? Is there better ways, more efficient, that can free up time to start working on those things that you want to work on that will really improve the business?
The first thing you've got to do is get a piece of paper in front of you and work it out. If you're not tracking your data, then it's hard to actually do that. Sometimes when you start to look at what we spent on this 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years, if you've not looked at that properly, it starts to shock you, and you realise, well, actually, we haven't had any different a result over that period of time. Stop doing it that way. Find the better way.
Lovely. Well, I've got one more big question for you. We've been having a debate at Five on a Bike about toast.
Okay.
So I was talking at breakfast. I said, okay, you get your toast, you put your butter on it and jam on top. And one of my team stopped me and said, what do you mean butter and jam? I just have jam on my toast. And I was stunned. Where do you sit on this?
Butter and jam, it's got to be.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
I didn't even contemplate that as an option.
Yeah. You know it's got to be butter and jam, because the knife, in the end, will have both butter on it and jam stuck to it, and your jam jar will have butter within it from where you put your knife in. If you've not got that in your cupboard, you're not doing it right. Simple as.
And then the jam goes mouldy because it's got butter.
Absolutely. That's tradition. So, and it's good. The mould's good for you. So
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. So I hear.
Didn't Theresa May say that at some point? She eats the mould. Anyway, well, thank you very much for coming in today, Paul. Good luck with your talks. I think we have Steph lined up in somewhere in the show with an interview with someone on staff.
You nodded.
So over to you, Steph. Steph.
Hello there, I am live again on the floor of the Care Show. We are here at Care Home Essentials. I'm here with Eddie. How are you, Eddie?
Doing very well indeed. Yeah, I'm Eddie from Care Home Life, and we're very excited about being here for the second day. Just one thing I would say is yesterday gave me an absolute boost that this sector is actually going forward. Sometimes very negative social care, but yesterday was fantastic from the opening right through to the end of the day. What Hallmark did with his dancer to excite us all, and then the people we've been speaking to, they want to talk and they want to be encouraged and they want to experience that human interaction again. So we do supply care home essentials to care homes, but for us it's about speaking to people and networking, getting the brand out there, but actually encouraging people forward. So it's been really exciting to be here this year.
Amazing, and I think that's what these shows are all about, right? It's about spreading joy in the care sector. The media obviously paints a bit of a bad picture sometimes, and it's things like this that are kind of boosting the sector and showing the amazing work that everyone's doing, if I'm honest. So Eddie, tell me a little bit about your company then.
Well, we like I said, we do consumables for care homes, everything non-food they might take in a week. And then that puts us in a cracking position to actually influence them. So our sales team and the drivers, everybody in the team are well aware of what goes on in a care home. We would say we're helpful experts. We try and encourage them forward. So we have a sub-brand, Care Home Lifestyle, all about health and well-being, produce different magazines and share them with them free of charge. And we call it Sharing Positivity and Light with Social Care. So that's what excites me, is what you can put back in.
Amazing. And from your perspective, who would you like to be coming over to the stand to you today?
Sorry.
Who would you like to encourage to come over to you today?
Well, anybody. Yeah, I'm actually talking to more domiciliary people that I can't sell to than care homes. We'll talk to anybody, I promise you. I see this as brand awareness, getting out there, not as actually getting extra revenue. It's part of our journey in life as we've become well known. So.
Half of the best thing about these kinds of shows, isn't it, is just talking to people, getting to know people. I normally say we're still in post-pandemic times. I know it's been about 2 years, but I do feel like we're still kind of rising out of the pandemic, and there's definitely a lot of excitement and buzz around here, isn't there?
Yeah, there certainly is. I appreciate what you say about COVID and the pandemic, but I feel it's way behind us. And if we keep thinking that, it will be.
I like that energy. I like that energy. Right. Anything else that you'd like to say about the show? Anything that you're looking forward to in particular?
Just meeting more cracking people.
Meet loads of people. Okay, lovely. If you want to come see Eddie, he is opposite Wisner Boshoff. What's the name?
Home Life.
What's the number of your stand?
B35.
Come over to B35 to meet Eddie and the team, and I will head back to the studio now. Going over to a VT. See you soon.
But from Casson Consulting.
Good to meet you.
Welcome, Daniel. Do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Okay, yes. I'm an independent consultant in digital transformation and innovation in social care. So until 4 years ago, I was head of business development at Jewish Care, came out of that and saw the opportunities for real innovation. Things need to change in care, and that's where I am, talking to people about what's new, but what achieves value for people. That's where I am.
So obviously, tech is a complicated thing, right? Well, not necessarily. I suppose it's a thing, something people are intimidated by. Can you give me a sort of good example of something that someone's implemented that's really made a difference to people's lives or teams' lives or something like that?
I mean, I'm not on the books, but I can talk about one I love, which I've just seen over the past couple of years, is Familio. Because that involves...
we love Familio as well.
It's just so interesting because it's talking about community as well. So it's going back to old style values, traditional values, involving the family and people in care. Because we have to get away from it being a transactional basis. If we're talking about quality of life, people don't live in isolation. So for me, that's a simple idea, very difficult to set up and get going. But I think that's one of the issues. That's one of the things. It's got to be simple to use for the end user, for the people, for the person living in a care home, for the family and relatives, and for people who are caring and supporting. That's where simplicity in everything. So, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, is one of my mottos.
And I think and that works in everyday life in the same way that if you try and implement a complicated system in your house for organising something, it doesn't work. People don't engage with it.
You won't do it unless it's simple for you to do. And that's why people, for example, different systems linking in with each other. An interesting one. There's been a push by the NHS to push digital transformation in social care, And they're doing it very responsibly, I've got to say, in the Transformation Directorate. And at the same time, there's an initiative going on in the NHS about remote monitoring care homes. And what care home providers are saying to us, to me and my colleagues, is we're having to input data here into our digital social care record, and we're also having to input data here into our remote monitoring system. Why aren't the two speaking? So we're at a very immature stage at the moment where all this technology has got to come together. It's a developing market. It's so exciting. There's people from Norway, Sweden, Denmark, from the United States, from Australia, who want to be involved in the UK now.
Yeah.
It really is exciting.
It definitely seems like that now's the moment, and the physical technology is available to do these things, right? Like the iPad, the computer, the things that you can buy that work well and aren't, don't cost the world. You can use to implement systems. Whereas 5 years ago, even stuff like that was still a bit clunky. I think now the hardware is really there. But then sometimes even simple things like just having enough Wi-Fi in your home and stuff like that can really trip people up, can't it?
I mean, this is one of Jeremy Corbyn's greatest initiatives was actually free Wi-Fi. I think that would, and it was, I wouldn't agree with totally everything, but that was one of the great things which will push the drive for value for people. But we're now in the past 5-6 years, everyone is used to using tech in their everyday lives. So what we're using in care has to mirror that development. And one thing I'm interested in is whether consumer tech, things that you and I use every day, is actually going to make its way into care. Interesting, on the Fitbit type of, the smartwatch Fitbit type technology, they always use the advertising, someone out running and measuring the heart rate and stuff like that. They don't really see the full value of that, of actually monitoring people, giving people the best quality of life possible. That's what it's about for me, quality of life.
Yeah, and monitoring's not about keeping an eye on somebody, it's about enabling them to be independent, right?
And I read yesterday a definition of someone who works in care. Someone who works in care is trying to give people independence. And that was a real eye-opener, because it took me back. What we're doing is trying to give people as much independence as possible. And if we can do that with technology and innovation, that's my goal.
And we talked a lot this morning already about those little things, those little bits of dignity that you can enable people. So someone was saying about making sure someone's glasses are clean. That actually just tiny little things can really mess someone up who's is living with dementia, right?
I mean, it's that human interaction. So if the innovations we put in place can actually give someone caring and supporting someone more quality time with them. Because one thing I'm worried about, York, I'll tell you, one thing I'm more concerned about is the money is still within the NHS, within the health systems. And if we work to NHS targets, we won't always be working to the best quality of life for the person. So my appeal to care providers is, have as your focus the quality of life of the individual, and then everything will follow. Innovation has to focus around that.
Well, I definitely think NHS is about fixing people, and then the care is about caring. And there's a very different momentum, idea behind that. But
the two are coming together, though.
Yeah.
For example, I'm a governor at the Alder Hey Hospital in Liverpool, and one of the things they're doing is reaching out to community with mental health, with actually keeping people out of hospital is becoming the norm. Yeah. Lord Nigel Crisp does a lot of this. Hospitals are for repair, homes are for living. And we've got to create homes for living. And that's why the retirement living movement in the UK is so important.
Is there one simple innovation or idea or something you could share today that people could... So we've talked a lot, a new phrase for today is low-cost innovations. Do you have any ideas? So we've had things like using Spotify, using stuff that people have shared on different platforms, so it's dignity training. Have you got something?
Low-cost innovation. You really put me on the spot here, York.
I have. I'm sorry. I can feel for you if you need a little bit of time to think. There's ponies here. Did you know about the ponies?
Ponies?
I mean, that's probably not that low cost, but that you can have horses, ponies come to your homes.
I mean, the therapy dogs we know about. For me, it's actually, it's low cost. It's a bit technological, but it is mental health support for people online. Sorry, I know it's not as low cost and simple as you want, but it's actually being able to check in, because mental health was so much more attuned to that now. So what's the opening? The real opening for me is actually monitoring people's mental health, be that people caring for people, workers, and people being cared for. And then that leads on to so much conversation. So
is there a
there's
good website you know of, app you know of that you can point people in the
I
direction?
can't. There's a few.
There is
And,
a few. I've got
a few,
a
and
couple
I'm
in
not
mind.
going to mention anyone in particular.
Okay, so but I think looking to open the conversation about mental health, give people the opportunity,
and I think the value that will create, and the quality of life that will help create, is the big, is the next frontier.
Welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. I'm here with two more speakers, Martin and Laura. Laura, sorry. So do you want to just introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, great. So I'm a public health doctor by background, and for the last two and a half years I've been doing research on COVID in care homes through the Vivaldi study. And I've just started working with Martin and Zoe from the Outstanding Society to think about what we might do next for all infections, not just COVID.
Lovely. And Martin?
I'm Martin Green. I'm the Chief Executive of Care England, and I'm really delighted to be working with Laura and her colleagues on the Vivaldi project, which is really making a difference to how policy is developed in the care sector. And for probably the first time, we're seeing the direct link between research and then some policy decisions that are based in practice. So I really am supportive of Vivaldi, because particularly during the pandemic, it made such a difference, because we were making decisions that we knew were going to have an impact because Vivaldi had researched them.
Lovely. So do you want to tell us a little bit about the research you've been doing? Is it finished? Is it ongoing? Just give us a bit of...
Yeah, well, what we really hope is to be able to continue it, because as Martin says, we've had this amazing opportunity to deliver research to inform policy. And so reflecting, you think, well, if we can do it in a pandemic, why wouldn't we keep doing this kind of work to tackle all the other infections that are a big problem in care homes, so like flu, like norovirus, things like that. And so it's thinking about how can we use data, measure infections, and then design things to reduce the impact of those infections and improve lives for residents.
Yeah, it's really brought a light, isn't it, onto that idea of infection control and how simple a lot of the steps are that need to be taken to actually control infections.
Yeah.
And I think gone are the days where someone feels a bit poorly and you go, well, I'll go anyway. And actually now people think a bit harder about when you have a light infection, about where you go, what you do, how you wash your hands and things like that. So I think, for all the negatives that's affected, at least it's now got us thinking about that side of stuff. So
I think that's true. I think the other thing is that everything that is done in social care, a lot of it was designed in the NHS. And obviously care homes are not the same as hospitals. And so we really need solutions that are tailored to people in care homes. And I really hope that that's the kind of work we can start doing, having the needs and values of people in care homes at its core.
Yeah, lovely. So we've been talking a lot about low-cost innovation, so ideas of things that can be brought into practice for if you're a carer watching this, or if you're a care home operator, or if you're a family member, ideas to share with people that we can get across. So have you got any thoughts on that, Martin?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. As Laura says, the Vivaldi project really is based in practice, and some of the things are quite simple. So, for example, that issue that you mentioned around making sure that you check yourself as to whether or not you're infectious, making sure that you wash your hands properly, making sure that you follow all the procedures around infection control. And of course, as Laura has said, the care home sector has been very adept at doing some of that because of norovirus, seasonal flu. And now what we have to do is to make it absolutely part of our system, so that it's something that everybody does and it becomes second nature to do it. And also, as Laura said, a lot of these initiatives are very low cost. They don't require a lot of extra equipment or extra time. They just require you to be clear and systematic about what you're doing, and making sure that every single act is focused on making sure that there is no transmission of infection. So I think, Vivaldi taught us, first of all, that we were doing a lot of things right, but also gave us some really clear pathways of behaviours that we had to adopt, so that this became part of our everyday, this is what you do. And Laura is absolutely right. During the pandemic, we saw a lot of things change, and what we do now is we make sure we consolidate on what was good, and we make sure we enshrine it in the practice of everybody who works in care settings.
Lovely. Have you any thoughts on low-cost innovations, ideas that people can do?
Yeah, I've been blown away by some of the things that I've heard here today. There's so many great ideas, and I think what research could do is take an idea that's maybe happening in a couple of care homes and show at scale across 300, 1,000 homes, actually this really works, and it's cheap, and this is how you can do it. And so I think it's about research as a way to get those best practices adopted across all the homes.
Yeah, and without that research, you're sort of shooting in the dark, aren't you, really?
Yeah.
You need to underpin it with that research to know that you're making, because sometimes I think people might make the mistake of having a very small sample size and thinking that what they're applying works because they've created the data themselves, which positively reinforces their message. So I think, research behind that. So would we, as a sector, be encouraging like PhD students to actually hi, we're social care, come and do research in social care?
Well, certainly I think we need to have far more research focused on social care and things like PhD students. I love it when I see PhDs that are focused on social care, because there is so much we need to develop in terms of our bank of knowledge and research. So, and I think the work that Laura and her colleagues are doing at UCL is really trailblazing in that context. So I really want the whole of the sector to support this type of research, because of course what I think Laura is doing is very practice-driven research. It's the stuff that makes a difference. It's not the stuff that stands on a shelf and adds to a bank of knowledge. It's the stuff that helps people deliver a better outcome for the people they support. So that's why I am so supportive of Vivaldi.
Lovely. So, any more thought? Do you have any more thoughts?
No, just to say, it seems like it's an exciting time, because we've got momentum. We learned how to do this in the pandemic. So let's keep doing it, expand, have loads of PhD students who are doing research in social care, and get practitioners doing research in social care too.
So I've got one big question that we want to cover, and it's about toast. So we've been having a debate at Five on a Bike. We were at breakfast this morning, and we're talking about toast, and you put your butter on and you get your jam on top. And one of my team members stopped me and said, well, hang on a minute, what do you mean butter and jam? And I said, what are you talking about, just jam? Where do you stand on this debate?
Butter and jam.
Butter and jam?
Butter and marmalade for breakfast.
So definitely butter, okay. We're finding a good consensus. My research is becoming statistically significant.
Yes, it is.
That's quite a
That's
word.
good.
Statistically significant. There you go, I said
very
it.
good.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much for joining us
thank
today.
you.
Great to speak to you. Good luck with your talks this afternoon.
Great.
And hope to hear more from you soon.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much to Martin and Laura, who came and joined us in the studio. I think we are ready to go live to Steph. Is she going live? We are going to somewhere else for a short amount of time. We'll be back in a minute. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with Paula.
Hello,
Hi
York.
Paula, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Lovely. Can you tell us a bit about who you are and what you do?
Yep, I'm Paula Cashmore. I'm an independent care quality consultant. So I monitor quality in private care homes, anybody that's CQC regulated. I also work with NACAS, supporting carers, and I'm a Prince's Trust mentor for health and social care employability.
Lovely. Just a few things then.
Just anything to do with care and valuing our social care industry.
And you've been speaking today. What have you been speaking about?
I was in the Business Theatre along with Mark, Adam and Liz, representing a consultation that's going out about professional care register. So that we have, it's mandatory in Wales, it's mandatory in Scotland, but we have nothing in England. So we're proposing a voluntary register of carers, and we're discussing that proposal, and we're discussing what will go on to the register if we go ahead with it.
Lovely, and I think people can still fill out the survey, can't they? So today is the 13th of October and it's live till the 17th of
Till the
October.
17th of October.
2022.
Yeah, look
and
out
I guess
for
you
it.
just go onto the NACAS website, so...
NACAS or Institute of Health and Social Care Management, and
you
look
can find it there. Lovely.
Yeah.
So, interesting, I didn't know about Scotland and Wales. How's it going for them, do you know? Is that,
We've had various feedback from people that are in those devolved areas, and there's sort of sketchy data as to how it is going, but there's nothing official yet to say whether it's working or not. But the fact that it's there, we need to address it in England as well.
And I suppose the idea of it working per se, because it's more of a holistic thing, it's more about upping the status of care workers, making them feel more, which I think is going to be difficult to pin down initially, but we kind of understand it works because it works for nurses, right? That nurses have a real pride in their registration.
Yes. Exactly that. It will hopefully professionalise the care profession, but it also hopefully will enhance the quality of the care profession, as in, if you're on the register, you won't be able to be registered unless you have references. If you are not able to get good references, then it will be questionable as to what status you will have on the register. So hopefully those that are proud enough of their role to voluntary register, people will be able to pick those carers and understand that they do have a pride in their job.
So we've been talking a lot about low-cost innovations in the care sector. So I'd love for someone watching this to be able to go away and implement something quickly. Any ideas? I think you go and inspect homes all the time. What's bubbling up? What's stuff that's really helping tip people over the top to get those outstanding marks, or take them from requires improvement to good? Like, what are those little tidbits that people can do?
I think at the moment, good use of social media. Actually selling your service on Facebook, showing your relatives what you're doing, making sure those activities and the interactions with the residents and the clients that you support are out there and showing the good work that you do. That's free to do, and it's a really good marketing tool.
I spoke to an inspector a few months ago who said, like, we know when we come that you're putting it on a bit, right? Like, we know, like, you are a bit, right? You are best foot forward. It's, really, it's the best version of your setting, which is absolutely right. He said that if you provide evidence, so even if it's just like, look, on March the 17th, here's an activity, and you just film it with your phone, and then you put March the 17th, and then you do that same activity on March the 23rd, and then you have a different one, and then you can just show them evidence that's visual, that's interesting. Ultimately, I would say CQC inspectors are actually human beings. And interact with content and their motion and things like that, and they want to understand these things, and video is a great way, really cheap and easy as well.
And it's important to write things down as they happen. In all of the CLOEs, safe, responsive, effective. I went into a home, I was working in a home once, and a social worker came in and said, oh, there's a mark on the carpet there. So the manager immediately phoned the maintenance and said, we've got a mark, can you see whether this needs replacing or cleaning? That is very responsive. But if an inspector came 3 months later, they will have forgotten that they did that. So let's write it down in a daily diary, collect your evidence on a daily basis. I would say have a diary or a spreadsheet, whatever, in all of the Chloes, and at the end of the day, put what you've done on that day in each of those developments and go for it. Show that to the inspector when they come.
Would you advocate for communicating with your inspector before? So a lot of settings that we work with send content, send details over email. I know that, you know, is that a thing? Does that work?
I think definitely have a relationship. Definitely build a relationship by phone and email. I would question whether you need to send anything at the moment. With the new strategy, it's what they will ask for. There will be a portal for it. But at the moment, you don't want to inundate them with attachments that they have to open that isn't actually asked for. So yes, have the relationship, yes, ask questions, yes, discuss what you're doing in your service, but don't inundate them.
So simple tip then for people who feel they might have an imminent inspection coming. Write things down, evidence things, get that stuff prepared, so when you have your inspection you can say, look, here is this. So I know a client of ours, for example, when their inspection started, they brought the CQC inspectors into the boardroom, said, here's the videos that we've made about the different bits and pieces, here's the reviews we've had from our customers, and gave that as part of that sort of opening show. And I guess to some extent you can control the agenda of the day with the CQC inspector, can't you? That you don't let them demand that you can do that yourself, right?
Yes, show them all the good, what you're doing. You may just think it's normal, but actually it's good stuff. And just because everybody else is doing it as well doesn't make it any less good. You don't have to be doing over and above everybody to be good. Let's just show them that you are good and show them that evidence that you have collected over the months and the weeks.
Yeah, because I think often people do forget, don't they? Because care is full of extraordinary acts every day, and so everyone's like, well, we do that every day anyway, and they think to actually that's really extraordinary. You do that every day. That, you know, these things, these relationships you build with your clients and the people that use your services.
And it's great to aim for outstanding. But you know what, as long as you get good, as long as you can show that you are a caring service, that you're responsive, you're effective, and that shows that you're well led, let's go for it and get everybody out of the requires improvement by just making sure that they're good quality.
And is there anything really changing when it comes to the new, so they're updating everything, or have they done that now? It's soon?
They have delayed the date, but we don't know when the new date will be. I always say good care is good care. What you need to do is now reflect for CQC how they want you to evidence that. I think the main things that I've found with the new strategy is the I and the we statement. So they will be talking to staff, residents and families a lot more than they used to be. So make sure that you're looking after all of those and taking care of their well-being. That's very much important. And also the accelerated improvement. You need to be improving your service, improving the lives of your staff. Now that doesn't necessarily mean with face-to-face moving and handling training. How about supporting your staff in doing a hobby that they like? Buy them some craft stuff. It's understanding your staff and their well-being and what contributes to their well-being. So it may not be the counselling service that you offer, but it may just be understanding that they love their grandchildren and asking how little Johnny is if they've been off. So
I think it's about understanding people, isn't it, really? And I think that's what we're moving towards as a society as a whole, is putting people at the forefront of what decision and understanding the context of their world and apply and not going, well, that's not my responsibility because I just employ them. So, well, actually, I think that does now become part
of... You employ a person and a person just isn't their job. They have a life outside of work and whatever's going on outside comes in. They can't just dump it at the door, so you need to help them through any problems that they're going, if they want that, at home, and sharing their joys as well.
Lovely. Well, I've got one more big question for you. It's about toast.
Carry on.
We were at breakfast at Five on a Bike, and we were talking about toast, you know, as you do at breakfast. So I get my toast, butter it, put a bit of jam on, and one of my team stopped me and he said, "What do you mean butter and jam?" I just have jam. And I was like, that was a concept that was completely alien to me. Where do you stand on this debate?
I'm very much with butter and jam. The more calories, the better for me. And the darker the toast, the better.
Nice, okay, lovely. Well, thank you for coming to see us today,
Thanks,
Paula. And enjoy the rest of your day.
I've really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
So we are going to have a short break, maybe for about half an hour, 45 minutes, and we'll be back with more speakers this afternoon. So thank you.
Hello there again. We are live once again on the floor of the Care Show on day 2. I am back for another freebie review. So I'm going to lead Sakara, just come this way with me. We are on the green carpet, a bit like a red carpet but green. And I'm just going to go up to any stand and just let you know what they're giving away. So this is the Care Doc stand. We've got some pens to give away here. Any other freebies? Got pens? What else have you got, sir? What else have you got? We are doing the freebie review live. There's a whole bag. What have you got in the bag, sir?
Say it saves bags of time. There's an information pack in there, hand gel, all that kind of stuff.
Very, very useful and a sign of the times, the hand gel. So come over to Care Docs if you're interested in that and you'd like to learn more about what their service is. Moving on with the freebie review, come this way, Sakara. We've got some sweeties over here. There's some pens and some Quality Street. Hi, guys. Hiya. Okay, we're going this way again. We're going to Acton Banks now. Now, Acton Banks have a bag full of goodies. I'm going to come in here. They're very busy, but I'm sure they don't mind. Inside the bag, I'm pretty sure you've got a water bottle. You've got a water bottle. You've got a mug. Everybody needs a mug. Cameron and Sakara really, really loves mugs. You've got sweeties. You've got the whole lot at Acton, and they are happy to give them away. I've got Harper in my ear saying that he loves mugs too. We've got some chairs here. Unfortunately, the chairs aren't for giveaway, but if you'd like to come and take a seat, I'm sure that our Joe Empowering movement will not mind. We're now going to come past One Plan here. They're giving away some Quality Streets too. I really think that the top tier sweeties are here. We've got Quality Streets, we've got Heroes, we've got Celebrations, but at the $5 on a bike stand, you can get some Lindors if you've got a bit more of a sweet tooth. I personally don't love a Lindor, but they're a little bit too sweet for me. Over here, I'm wondering if this stand might be giving away some socks. We are at C50, the workforce.com stand, where you can win a giant bottle of Prosecco and potentially get some socks. There are some socks decorating the champagne. I've actually never seen socks around a bottle in such a display, but they've obviously put a lot of time and effort into it. Coming this way, we're walking past B55, which is the possum stand. I'm not sure what they might be giving away. They've got some stress balls over there. Hello, possum. This is the Beaucare stand where unfortunately we've missed the ponies today. Have they just gone? But you are giving away some freebies. This is the freebie review, so tell me what's in your bag here, sir.
So we've got a couple of leaflets. We've got a 10% flyer off our fall prevention.
Always helpful.
Very exciting. We've got a couple of Clinell wipes, pens, all the fun stuff.
I saw some Galaxies in there as well. If you're after Galaxies, come to Beaucare. Okay, moving on. I'm walking backwards. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. Teal is an absolutely beautiful stand. Can we just take a moment for the look of this stand? If you need a seat, there are seats aplenty at Teal stand if you need to sit down. Now we're going past the IceComms stand, and they've got bags too. This is the live freebie review. Could you tell me what's in your bag?
Really good goodie bags at the moment. We've got some chargers in there, pens, leaflets about ourselves. We sell mobiles, landlines and broadband, anything for the business, and we specialise in care.
Amazing, amazing, and very relevant to have things like power banks and stuff like that. If you're after the high quality freebies, come to IceComms. They've got power banks. I love a power bank. Now, we spoke to Care Home Life earlier, but they have lots and lots of stuff on offer. We've got some hand gels, very sign of the times once again. They've got aerial pods, which I think is really, really useful. Do you give the aerial pods just as one, or do you give them as a whole bag?
We don't open it up and give them out individually, no. You do have to do a laundry calculator to get one of our bags, but yes, we're giving away the bags.
Amazing, well thank you. I know I just put you on the spot there. And come this way. I don't know how long I'm going to do this. I'm just having such a lovely time meeting all these people, and I'm surprised so many people are happy to talk to me. We're now going past B31, which is Care Hires. They've got an absolutely giant stand, and they've got a little table there for you to sit and have a chat with them. Hiya. Oh, I found some more mugs at A30D Energy. Are you giving away mugs?
Yeah.
Amazing. This is the freebie review. We are live on YouTube right now.
There we go. Look, we're an independent energy supplier. You know, we supply over 2,000 care homes, and we're here to give away free merchandise and hopefully make everybody a saving on their care home energy bills.
Amazing. Come here for your energy needs and your drinking hot beverage needs if you need a new mug. We have some rock here. This here is bribery on the freebie review. They are trying to win here at B31 Care Hires. Did you...
That's all my appreciation for what you guys are doing.
Well, thank you. I love rock. Tell me your name, sir. What is Care Hires?
My name's Divyesh, and Care Hires is a workforce management solution.
Lovely. That's all we need. Moving on to Cara. Thank you, Divyesh. Okay, I think, to be honest, I could go on forever, but I think I'm probably going to stop it there. Thank you for joining me for this episode of the Freebie Review. I'm probably going to go and enjoy some rock. I don't know who the winner was. I feel like there was some really, really good freebies. Come around the Care Show, have a little look what you can get. And if you find anything cool, come let us know. I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Okay, I probably can sit back a little bit, yeah. Sort of very relaxed magazine. We're back, we're live. Hello, we are live back in the studio meeting the speakers. So we're meeting Ian today. So Ian, can you tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, hi York. I'm Ian from the Care Connect Network and also Complete Nutritional Care. And I've just been doing a talk on nutrition in the care sector.
Lovely.
And the fact that there is a big change afoot.
Big change afoot. Oh, tell us about some big changes afoot then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a lot of things now where the two things that people are really interested in when they're looking for care is food and activities. And it's an area that really needs to be stepped up within the care sector. And there's a lot of good stuff out there, but there's also a lot of work that needs to be done in this field. Especially around the hospitality side, which is what I find when I'm out and about.
We do a lot of work with providers, and food is a big focus.
Yeah.
And we often make content around the pitch for chefs to say, actually, look, you'd be surprised. This is actually a very good job. You can cook very, very high quality food. You can have good sociable hours, and you can build relationships with your clientele. So, like, whereas you work in a restaurant, you don't necessarily get to do that. You have to work into the middle of the night, and actually I think there's a strong argument, especially for chefs maybe a bit older who've got families and want to be able to be around for that. I think it's a strong case for chefs coming into the care sector.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things I was just talking about. But if we're going to get people into the care sector, we need to support them. We need to understand chef is a different beast.
I trained as a chef. I've worked in some kitchens.
Absolutely. And this is what we need to look at is we need to make sure that there's that understanding and support network there. That if the chef's asking for something, the chances are it's because they actually do need it. It's not just to make their life easier, as a lot of people seem to think. Especially when we're providing things, texture modified foods, food fortification, all that sort of stuff, making sure you've got the right equipment, not just from a safety point of view, but also from a support point of view, and making sure that the food is nice. But yeah, I mean, it is a sector that, people could create a long career out of if we understand that support network that the chef and catering teams need around it.
So some of the big changes that are coming in, what sort of...
Well, one of the things that we've from a people person point of view, that's going to be happening in the next 5 to 10 years, which is not being talked about. Nutrition isn't very much anyway, but something called sarcopenic obesity, which is where...
So I think you're going to have to say it again.
Sarcopenic obesity.
Nice, okay, cool.
And what that means is that people that are obese, but they've got no muscle mass. So people come into care, they put them on a weight loss diet because they're overweight, but they reduce their protein levels, which reduce their muscle mass even more. Which means that there's going to be more need for carers, because then there's, we start going more into 2-to-1 and more equipment buy-in and things like that. So educating people around nutrition is really, really important.
Yeah, it's such a big part of it, isn't it? And that, often poor nutrition leads to people actually having to be in care in the first place, right? Through dehydration, through not eating correctly, and not things. So it's such an important part of the process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're in a position at the minute where you've got all these people that are coming into care are leading more and more complex needs. As I was just saying in my talk, nutrition's like a cartwheel. It's got spokes coming off of it all directions. If it hits a brick, when it's got all its spokes attached, not a problem. Bounce over the brick, carry on going. If we take one of those spokes out and hit the brick, at that point, the wheel's just going to fall to pieces. So we need to make sure that we're getting all areas of nutrition right. I mean, it's Malnutrition Awareness Week this week, and I was just saying there that they say that there's 42% of people suffer from or are at risk of malnutrition in the care sector. It's much higher. Especially when we look at 2/3 of people that have got a deficiency in or below the low reference nutrient intake for potassium. and low potassium leads to depression, muscle weakness, lethargy, loss of appetite, all the things that lead to malnutrition. You know, so it's really important that we educate people as well that why we need these things.
So if I'm a home manager or a chef or a carer, you got any tips for me that I could do that straight away? Encouraging people to, I don't know, tips for innovation in this.
I think number one tip that I would give to home managers first off is actually sit down and have a chat with your chefs. You know, find out where their strengths are, find out where they need some support, you know, and make sure that they're getting that support. Giving people a smoothie shot before meals, you know, like a little 50 ml, same size as a medicine cup. First of all, you're getting loads of nutrients in with your vitamins and minerals, but then on top of that, you're also then stimulating the appetite that they're likely to eat. So if we were to do that like half an hour before, it creates saliva in the mouth, which makes them want to eat more. You know, so that would be my top tip, would be a little smoothie shot. Don't try and give them a full glass, just a little smoothie shot 3 times a day. You know, not a milk-based one, a fruit-based one.
So half an hour, 20 minutes before the meal,
It'll stimulate their appetite a bit more, make them hungry because you put something in the stomach and it goes, you know, the stomach's going, oh, I want more. So
great idea, love it. It's a really, really good. Any particular, I suppose, doesn't matter which ingredients, just...
No, I mean, like, if you're looking at a smoothie shot, I would always go with the berry base, you know, your frozen berries. Then you can put stuff into it, bananas and kale, even, you know, ginger. Anything just to get like flavour into it as well. You know, there's loads of recipes online for different smoothies, but make sure it is a fruit-based one and not a milk-based one, because a milk-based one will actually dry up your mouth rather than make it, you know, want to get more food into your system.
Great. So, big question for you though.
Yes.
Toast.
Right.
And I think you're probably the most qualified person we've had on here. So I think your opinion tips the balance on this. We had a debate at breakfast with the 5 and White team. So you get your toast, you put your butter on, a bit of jam on top, and one of the team stopped me and said, "What do you mean, butter and jam?" "I just have jam." And I said, "What do you mean you just have jam?" Where do you stand on this?
Well, I think they need a talking to, don't they?
It's over there.
It's definitely butter and jam.
Right, well, on that conclusive note, we'll leave it there. And are we going back out to Steph? No, we'll be going to something else, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
So I run a charity called Re-Engage Lichfield, so it's the Lichfield arm of it. It used to be called Contact the Elderly, and once a month I've got 9 older local people that we go and pick up from their house. So I've got some volunteers that help me. They sometimes come to my house, we go to somebody's house, we put on an afternoon tea party for them once a month. But one of the ladies had a fall about 6 weeks ago and came out of hospital, and she's in a maisonette flat. She's at the top and she can't get down the stairs, and she hasn't been outside for 4 weeks, and she has no idea where to go to get funding, how to get a stair lift, what she's able to get, and she's just deteriorating, left there, frustrated, and she doesn't know where to go or what to do. So that kind of sparked the idea that people need care equipment to enhance the quality of their life. We already know that. So where do they get equipment from at a decent price, which would be pre-loved stuff? So that's what I've started, just telling people, and now I've got a living room full of used care equipment.
Yeah, I really see there must be a real need for that, because a lot of people, like you said, the accessing the funding isn't straightforward, and sometimes you can get it, sometimes you can't, but there's normally a wait, and you need the stuff like right away, and you might not have the money to buy something new, but you might have enough money to buy something used. And in the modern world where we're trying to kind of save the environment and not throw things away and reuse them, I think it sounds like a really great innovation that the sector could do with.
Well, if you look at the CQC, so I've looked at the CQC regulations, the Care Inspectorate Wales and the Care Inspectorate Scotland, and none of them say that you can't use pre-loved care equipment. So say if a care home wanted to use them, there's nothing that says no. You can get an infection control certificate or a biohazard, it's murder scene clean, so the cleanliness is there, but nothing says about them not being pre-loved. And actually some CQC reports have been noted as being outstanding because their residents have come with their equipment from home, so it makes them feel like they're at home from home. And there's nothing in the regulations that talks about sustainability either. So surely that's going to be the evolution of the regulations going forward, because there is so much waste in care, so much waste. Have you ever tried to give the NHS? Have you ever tried to give crutches back, and they look at you as if you're trying to give them a bomb, and you're like, wow, these could really help so many other people. Why is all of this going to landfill? This is crazy. This is completely the juxtapose of what social care should be, because it should be about caring and sharing and wanting people to get better.
Obviously, you operate that within a specific region. Is there anywhere? Should people send you stuff or not?
People can send me stuff, absolutely. I've actually got a person that I'm working with alongside that's got a fleet of vehicles, so he will go and pick care equipment up. So even if it's knackered, it doesn't matter, because we will then dispose of it, because he owns a clearance company. So he's got all the environmental tick boxes to be able to go to certain tips that other people can't do to get rid of stuff if it is completely broken. But then we can kind of reservice. So I think there probably is more people out there doing it than they let on, but they call it refurbished. So they can charge you even more money, as opposed to just going, this is something that's pre-loved and we've just got a mechanic, So the bed, for instance, you won't be able to sell on a mechanical bed without having it tested, because it could cause more harm than good, and it's meant to help someone, right? But certain equipment doesn't need, if it's a Zimmer frame that has the wheels and you've checked that it all works, it doesn't need that much. So it's not refurbed, is it? It's just cleaned up and had an infection control stuff done to it. So
sounds amazing. I think, again, for me, it's all about finding these little stories of people that are doing things that are innovative, and and setting up a pre-loved care equipment company isn't, you're not doing something completely out of the blue, right? It's a fairly simple thing, and there's a lot of stuff like that in the care sector where it's just a simple idea that just needs a bit of application from somebody, a bit of positivity, and then for us to spread the word about it.
Yeah, it's the simple things. Even care equipment is simple. I've recently hurt my knee, and using a walking stick I've had to use to walk, to try and get anywhere. And that's just such a simple bit of equipment. It's a stick. And that enhanced my quality of life at that point. So things don't have to be expensive. I'm not doing this to make tons of money, because I won't, because it's pre-loved care equipment. But I know that it will make such a big difference to people, and that quality of life is just, you can't put a cost on that anyway.
Hello again, and welcome back to the floor of the Care Show. I am on Vayar's stand here with Stuart. Hi Stuart, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Steph. Yeah, thank you for coming across and seeing us.
Lovely. And tell me a little bit about Vayar. What is it?
What is Vayar? So it's changing the face of care. First of all, it's a fall detection device that's environmental led, so it works on movement and scanning the room 10 times per second to see if someone has fallen. But it does more than that, because in this modern world that we live in now, we want to be more proactive and preventative in the care for residents and service users. So the device itself is moving more into a proactive and preventative solution.
Really, really important technology. How has the show been going so far?
Yeah, the show's been good actually. It's always a bit slower on the second day, thankfully, because it does get a bit tiring. But like all the exhibitors here, we've had a phenomenal time. We love seeing people. We love hearing how, as a manufacturer, how we can help people with falls management and proactive and preventative care, just by using sensors and non-wearable solutions. I was on a fantastic panel yesterday with cameras in care homes, and what was highlighted is we need to educate more about technology in care, and not so much about just saying that's the old technology and people move forward. So yeah, really, really good show this year. Vayar's grown steroids. We've grown massively in the UK. We had a small stand last year that was very successful, and this year has been absolutely amazing for us. So first of all, I'd like to, on camera, thank everyone that's come across to see us. And those that haven't, then if you're interested in integrating into your care platforms, or if you're really just interested in falls management in your care home, we want to talk to everyone. We want to hear the challenges you're having, so we can tailor a product to meet your needs.
Brilliant. I think these events are a really good platform to kind of introduce new technology, introduce innovation. Otherwise, people wouldn't see it. Why do you think these kinds of shows, these kinds of events are important in the care sector?
Well, it's about sharing information first and foremost, Steph, and this is an opportunity where everyone can come and see what everyone's doing. We work with everyone in this room in the care sector, so and that's the beauty of it. So I spend my life networking with an awful lot of people, but we hear the challenges, and this is where people can come and talk to us, and they can steal a pen or whatever they want to steal, but they can come and talk to us and just see the white of our eyes. And that for us is just really, really invaluable. We love meeting people face to face. So, and it's hearing their challenges and what outcomes we can deliver to them. And that's VIAR's whole ethos, is how can we support one person to make the difference to one person one time. I'm the happiest man.
Brilliant. And I do agree. I think these kinds of events are useful for both having conversations with people that you might like to sell to, but also just meeting people in the sector. We are such a close-knit sector. We are such a community. What are some of the kind of best conversations that you've had today that you can think of?
Well, one of the best conversations I've had today is actually closing a deal that's been in the making for nearly 18 months, from testing through to pilots to everything else. It's with my old employers, with Legrand Care, which is absolutely fantastic. We've now got to the end goal, but that's because we could spend time here, we could go through the ins and outs, we've got our live bed space, our live ensuite space, we can actually show it, and we've now closed that deal and moved that forward. But even having other partners, like yesterday we had Ascom on our stand that was here and been able to talk about their solutions, and behind us here we have a partner wall, and that partner wall is all about our partners, because that's what we do. Can I pick one? Legrand, yes, absolutely. But there's one more. Yesterday we secured a deal with Essex Council through Millbrook Healthcare. And it's again because we could stand and talk to each other, and it's not on that thing that we hate nowadays called Teams, and no, we're not on mute.
It's so lovely to see people in person again, isn't it? I know it's been kind of 2 years or so, but it's still nice to see kind of the buzz of everyone getting back face to face, having those conversations. Final question then, Stuart, what are you most excited for the rest of the event? I know it's coming to a close.
Listen, it's been a great event. I can't stop that. I love this. I love the fact you're walking around and speaking to everyone and sharing it on the screens and going live on YouTube and everything else. I applaud you for doing that. So thank you for coming across to our stand again. What I'm looking forward to the most is actually contacting the people and dealing with those requests afterwards, because it's all right coming to these shows, but if you don't follow up and talk to people, then what's the point in coming? So for me, there's a lot of challenges being given to us that we have solutions for, and I'm really looking forward to meeting those people over the next 2-3 months and closing down exactly what they require and giving them the outcomes that they require from VIAR Care.
Well, it sounds like you're going to be very busy over the next few weeks. Thank you so much for talking to me, Stuart.
Thanks, Steph. Thank you very much.
Lovely. So if you want to meet Stuart and the team at VIAR Healthcare, they are on stand F55, but don't look for the number, just walk towards the catering area. They've got a big blue stand, they've got a bathroom in here, a bed, they can showcase everything they do. But for now, I'm going to head back to the studio where I think we're meeting a speaker from yesterday. I'll see you soon.
The privilege of the last interview is with Toby. So, Toby, tell everyone who you are and what you do.
Yeah, so my name's Toby.
Toby did warn me in advance that he might have a little cough. So
I've had a man flu, and I'm on the way back.
Yeah.
It's not COVID.
As we speak, one of my team will be rushing to get you a water, just so you know.
I love that. Your team's fantastic.
They're there. Everyone's paying attention. Even Jack over there on his phone, paying attention, getting the water for Toby because he's got a little bit of a cough. Go, Jack, go. Get Toby a water.
So my name's Toby Ellie Osman. I'm the Marketing Strategy Director.
Go, Jack, go. Get Toby a water.
So my name's Toby Ellie Osman. I'm the Marketing Strategy Director at Smooth Digital. Smooth Digital is a care sector focused digital marketing agency, and we help care homes and home care providers attract private clients for their home care business or their care home, or also attract staff as well using digital marketing.
Big balance towards that, lots of recruitment at the moment.
I would say it's still attracting private clients. Oh, look at that, fantastic.
There you go. Service straight to you by the 500 Bike team.
Can I just say, 500 Bike's been fantastic today.
Oh, thank you.
Your whole team running around, providing value to all the guests. Fantastic. So good job, 500 Bike team. Awesome. But in terms of the balance, it's still probably about 60-40 in terms of attracting private clients, but recruitment has become a bigger need.
So today we've talked a lot about kind of low-cost innovations that people can implement to help, and on your side of things, talking about marketing recruitment, what have you got some tips for people, stuff that they can just, if I'm watching this video, I just want to take something away, what action could I take to help me with the
Absolutely. I would say by the book, they ask, you answer. And what it is, it's the simplest way to create content marketing. And it's all around what are the questions that your potential customers will be asking before they become a customer, and what are the questions that your potential employees will be asking. So let's say, for example, someone came to your website and a question that your recruiters usually get about a concern becoming a carer is XYZ. If they came to your website and they saw question and answer how XYZ can happen, and real, great quality video potentially of your team actually explaining that answer, what happens is you're first of all providing valuable content, and it doesn't have to be a swanky video.
No, it absolutely doesn't have to be, right? It
Absolutely.
can be, as long as it's good and interesting.
Absolutely.
That's fine, yeah.
And what you're doing is you're leading that person down the funnel. So first of all, there's the awareness, and then once you've got the awareness, there might be a particular questions they have in mind. If you can answer those questions, what you do is you become not just a potential provider or a potential employer, you become that thought leader who can actually give them the information to the questions that they have asked and progress them through.
Applying professional content works best at the top and the bottom of the funnel.
Absolutely.
So it's like when you really want to tip someone over the edge, you use really powerful content to get them to apply.
Yeah.
But if you want to drive awareness, you use really powerful content to get. But the stuff in the middle, answering the question, just create it.
To give you an example of top of the funnel, let's say someone's looking for care, but they don't know whether it should be living care or a care home. What you want to do is create, it could be a blog, written content, or video, living care versus care homes, the pros and cons. And what you want to do is make sure that you are being unbiased. If someone starts to feel that you're swaying them down one direction because you happen to be a care home, it's the fastest way to lose trust. So give unbiased information and just help that person who's on that journey.
I think marketing's very much about, if you try and trick people into working with you, buying from you, you're going to end up with bad customers, people who are unhappy because it's not going to work. So, as much as you think, a lot of people might think marketing is about polishing up something to make it look great, but then behind it it's not. I think it doesn't really work properly if that's
right.
You've got to have a good company, you've got to want to do good and serve people well, otherwise it doesn't work, I don't think.
Absolutely, and even if those individuals don't become customers to you, they will have a good feel of that organization. And when it comes to maybe speaking to a friend who might need care, it'll be on the top of the tongue in terms of referrals as well.
And you did a talk today, you were involved in a talk. How was
we
that?
had a talk, it was good, it was packed. It was recruiting care workers, social media versus
jobs boards, and something else.
Sponsored licenses.
Yeah.
So it was great. We had a representative from Indeed, we had an immigration lawyer, and the audience really did ask really great questions when it comes to how do they get onto social media? What are some of the basics? What are some best practices as well that you can include?
Which one? Who won?
You got to ask the audience or watch back the replay.
All right, lovely, good.
Yeah.
So I've got one.
But my thing is, I'm a big fan of being omnipresent. Gone are the days where it's just using marketing as a tick box exercise where you only choose one. I believe you should be doing job boards. You should be doing digital marketing, social media, and we're now at a place where people are exhausting their options, so they are looking out overseas for care workers, and some people are getting a really good result as well.
So I've got one last big question for you, and it's about toast.
Toast?
Toast.
Okay.
So this morning at breakfast, the Fire and Bike team were having a debate about talking about toast, about how much we all love toast, and said, oh yeah, I get the toast, bit the butter on it, bit of jam on top, and my team stopped me, or two of the team members, and said, what do you mean butter and jam?
Okay.
I went, what are you talking about? It's just jam. Why would you have the butter? Mix it with the jam. Where do you stand on this?
I don't like bread.
Okay.
but I shouldn't really be eating bread. It doesn't work well with me. But growing up, definitely butter, jam, and maybe even peanut butter as well.
Peanut butter as well, yeah.
Yeah, why not? Let's have a
why
bite.
not? So there you go. The big
What was
question
you?
to answer
What was
here.
yours?
I'm butter and jam, man.
Butter and jam.
Yeah,
who was just saying butter by itself? Which individual? Yeah, you need to invite him to the wildlife of. You need to get peanut butter in there as well, buddy.
We've got a toaster at the office and everything.
Oh, yeah?
I could do some samples at the office. Yeah.
Awesome.
Right. Well,
awesome.
lovely. Thanks for coming along, Toby. Thanks for
having me. Very cozy. All I need now is just some
exhibitor drinks. Welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with Steve Hemsley. Steve, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, hi York. Yeah, I am publishing editor of Care Home Management magazine, which is one of the many magazines here, but our, I suppose, point of difference is we go to the directors and care home owners and managers with features and news every other month, and a website and podcasts, which I know you've been a guest on a few times. So yeah, being at the Care Show is a great chance for us to meet our readers and our advertisers.
Lovely. So we're talking a lot today about low-cost innovations, and I know you, with your background, you've got a training company as well, a lot about soft skills. So talk about some ideas for low-cost things that people can do straight away to help them improve how they deliver the care for their
I think there's really some simple ones around soft skills, around sort of the emotional connections, which really doesn't cost much at all. It's about those, we always talk about, bedside manner or whatever it might be, and people's tone of voice, their body language, and how sort of carers are interacting with the residents, and having more of an empathy, being aware of their body language, even their tone of voice. How you say something can come across in the wrong way. So yeah, the training company I also run, called Hendricks Training, we do a lot of work in the care sector where we would go into a care home and work with the employees, everything from the sales team to the carers, and for example show them some tips on body language and role play some things as well, not always, just how outcomes can be different by how you talk to people. Active listening is another one, a simple thing, active listening skills, where if you don't listen to what the resident's saying to you and you're just focused on what you want to tell them, improving your listening skills can actually help you as well, because it might mean you don't have to do what you think you have to do. So you could be saving time, ultimately saving money as a care home. So active listening, coming across as sincere and authentic in how you talk to people, because although it's a job and you are caring, which is obviously, you're still in people's homes, and ultimately this is a human to human conversation, and if you want to talk to someone, you want people to talk to you in a normal tone of voice, not put on a work voice.
I guess because what might happen is someone that is actually meaning to be sincere, the way they say something or the way they deliver it or how they stand or how they look at someone can make that other person feel like they're not being sincere when they actually are. Are there any you do a little bit coaching on me now? Any little tips? Any tips?
Well, one of it is a lot of our, on the training company side of things, come from the acting profession. And it's all about acting is reacting. So it's not just about when you're speaking. So if you're in a room with residents and you're not actually talking to them, how are you coming across? Are you looking bored, disinterested? Are you looking like you don't want to be there, or it's 5 minutes until you go home? Are you smiling, nodding? Eye contact is an important one. And we judge people when they don't speak. So when your boss comes into the care home, you think, oh, they're in a bad mood today. They might not be, but they're just because of their demeanour and their mood. And the residents are picking up on that as well. They're picking up on whether someone's approachable. Should I ask that nurse or that carer for something? Oh no, they look like they've had a really, really bad journey into work. So it's about just being aware. It's not about acting. It's about thinking, hang on, am I looking like I don't want to be here? Or do I think no one's looking at me, but actually I am in the room? Because it is a role at work. You are in that role as the carer, and you'll go home, you'll be the wife, the mother, whatever. And we talk differently in different work environments. Like we would talk to our residents with a different tone of voice. We would talk to our husband or our wife or our kids or our friends out on a night out. It's all very subtle, but when we pick up communication from people, it is both physical and verbal.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't think about it. They feel like I'm just doing the job. You are doing the job. But how are you doing it, and what's the perception of how you're doing it?
Yeah, and I think it will create better outcomes for you and the people that you work with if you are. And I think it's about being aware, isn't it? About being if you feel in a certain way, in all likelihood, that's expressing itself in body language. Like I know when my wife's in a mood.
Yeah.
Even if she doesn't tell me, I know. Right, and sometimes I overread that scenario, and she's like, "I'm fine, I'm not in a mood," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm sure I can tell you are."
Well, it's like voices. You think we take people, do a voice workshop, which we've done with a lot of care homes and with contact centres on the phone, where you've only got your voice, and you have to have that light and shade. How can you use your voice? And when you're talking in a work environment, you think, well, I can talk. I've been talking since I was 2 years old. How hard can this be? But actually, if you're just very monotone and quite dull and really, really boring, what you're trying to say doesn't always resonate. Or, for example, you just need to coach people to slow down, because otherwise people miss certain things. You may be from your English might not be your first language, or you might have a really strong British accent, and the residents aren't picking up on things because you're talking too fast. So it's little things like that, and just slowing your voice down when you're saying something really important. And you might think, "God, I'm talking really slowly." But you've got to remember, some people are older, and they want to pick up on the information that you're passing on, and it's getting all that balance right, really.
I think when we think not just about those interactions with the residents and other people around you, when people make inquiries into your home, how you answer that phone is super important for how that outcome turns out, and that's super important for the success of the organisation. If people who work in the homes aren't doing those things well, you won't get new residents, and it's completely based on a judgment that someone makes in that moment, and that how you talk to someone on that first initial thing that will just put them off completely, and suddenly you've lost who could have been a potential resident that then helps the company employ more people, invest back into the service. So it's really important.
Yeah, it's about that you're that first point of call. So as the owner or the manager, you may have all these brilliant ideas for how you want to run the business, but if the people at the coalface, as it were, picking the phone up, don't sound interested, don't sound warm, don't sound sincere. I mean, it's a great thing. We did a lot of training once for a training company with cancer research, and they were on their phone lines, and after every phone call, the supporters would say, "Thank you very much for your donation, it's valued." And because they had to say it every time, they were told to say it like a script, it sounded really insincere. And we said to them, no, you have to visualise why you're saying that. So if you work in a care home and you're passionate about it, you're looking after people, when you're talking about how we look after people, how we care, how we really are passionate about it, if you're picturing in your head that day-to-day service, that resident who you've helped that day, it naturally changes your tone of voice because you're visualising it. It's not just words you're saying. It's actually people go, "My God, I really do believe you that you do like working here, or that you do care," or even if you say, "I'm really
because you do."
Well, that's what I mean. You do.
That's the point. I suppose
do.
It's not even about faking it, because actually,
it's not.
The people that work in settings normally do care deeply about the residents. I've got one big question for you. We've been having a debate at Five on a Bike about toast. So this morning at breakfast we were talking about, go get your toast, with butter on and jam on top. And one of my team stopped me and said, what do you mean butter and jam? And I said, what do you mean, just jam? Where do you sit on this debate?
Well, two things on toast. Were you in a hotel?
We were, yeah.
Okay, now that's one of my big hates, is those toasters in hotels.
Well, the ones where the toast goes.
Goodness. So
and you have to put it through about 8 times.
Oh my God. So we put men on the moon, and we can't, you still have to take a day off work just to get your bit of toast to go along there. I mean, why that's my bit here anyway. So I don't do toast at hotels for that very reason. But in terms of no, jam on its own, no, that should be illegal.
Okay, good. Right, well, thanks very much for that, Steve. Thanks for coming along. So thank you very much, and we will go to something else with Steph. Oh, Steph, yeah, Steph will be out there live from the Care Show. We'll see you soon.
Hello again. We are back on the floor of the Care Show, and I'm now at Rialto's stand with Andrew. Hello, Andrew. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thank you very much for having me on here. Appreciate it.
No problem, no problem. I mean, we were just admiring your stand. It's absolutely lovely. Tell me a little bit about how the day's going for you today.
Yeah, you know what? It's great. You get to meet so many different people from all areas of care. Essentially what we do is we're a communications and engagement application, which means is that we're helping to mitigate the risks of using WhatsApp. So we've got 4 core features that really help to do this, and it's been amazing talking to different people about their challenges in care and how we can kind of help them overcome it.
Brilliant. So is it kind of security-based kind of stuff?
Yeah, so right now, you can see lots of issues with GDPR violations, with sometimes you send things to people you don't necessarily mean to send on WhatsApp, and it's risks different things. And what we've been able to do is create a platform that's a secure platform that not just gives you the space to do your messaging, but also we've got a live news feed. You can do your annual surveys and book shifts all on one application. And we've got some of the most competitive prices in the market. Really can't be beat.
Amazing. And from your perspective, what kind of people do you like to come over to talk to you? Who would you like to encourage to come over to the stand today?
We like to encourage everyone, not just the people that we can naturally have a business relationship with, but anyone that essentially in communications and engagement, HR, operations managers, anyone that has a general interest in technology and care. We'd love to speak to you.
Brilliant. It is one of those places, isn't it, where you do just get to talk to everyone. Not everything is a sales pitch. It's just a chance to kind of network in the community. Care really is a community, isn't it? Have you had any kind of standout conversations today?
You mean other than with yourself?
Other than with me.
Yeah, you know what? Some of the greatest conversations we've had today are with, not just people from the NHS, but you get people from smaller care homes to larger care homes, and they share some of their troubles, and they say, you know what, we've seen issues with maybe some not so friendly people in the workplace that deal with other not so friendly people, and they say it's a challenge for them, and they ask us how we can help them overcome it, and being able to do that is such a pleasure.
And it's nice to know they're being greeted by such a friendly face as well. Everyone on this stand is so lovely. Big smiles when we walked over here. Last question then, Andrew. What are you most looking forward to for the rest of the day?
You know what? Making this space that we're in right here just a big party for everyone. We like to invite everyone over, like to just have a great time. Like Steph kindly mentioned, you got the big smiles, you got the energy, the vibes, and that's the greatest thing about the Care Show is, you get the high energy, you get the people that care, the people that, want to be a part of such a great event and just have a good time. And that's what we're all here for, right? Is to have a great time. And that's what we're doing.
Absolutely. Do you know what number this stand is?
Yes, absolutely. It's C95. Come check us out. We're here all day.
There we go. Come to C95 then, guys, to meet Andrew and the team here at Rialto. I'm going to head back to the studio now where we're going to be showing you a speaker from yesterday, Adam Hutchison, and I'll see you very soon.
Adam is a care operator, runs a small group of care homes, and also has about 9 other jobs as well. So, Adam,
it's 7 now.
7. Do you want to introduce yourself, Adam, and tell us a bit about what you do?
Yeah, of course. Adam Hutchison, Chief Exec and MD of Belmont Healthcare Group. So we're a home care provider and predominantly care home provider. So a number of care homes in the southeast and soon to be in the West Midlands as well. Also do a lot of work with trade associations down in Kent and East Sussex, and work as a trustee for the Care Workers charity, and support on a number of awards for care workers and things like that. Yeah, so quite embedded in the sector, I like to think.
Yeah, about 29 hours a day worth of work.
I've got it down to 22.
Okay,
I get down to 22, so I get a couple of hours in. Yeah,
have something to eat.
A couple of hours in now, so it's quite good fun. Yeah, I like it that way. I don't know what else I'll do myself.
Yeah, keep busy, keep working hard for
absolutely.
the sector. The sector needs people like you, dedicating lots of time and energy to it. So today we're talking all about positive innovations, ideas that we can share with people. So is there anything that's come up recently in the work that you've been doing that you'd like to share with people? A positive story, a new innovation, anything you've got?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mean, for me, it's a really positive time. I know people are looking out there in that sort of doom and gloom outlook that's being presented, but certainly not in our sector. There is some really interesting stuff that's happening. I mean, we've been focusing a lot of our energies on what, as an organisation, we want to be. Where do we sit within the market in terms of what support we can offer people? So we're very much going for that area of sitting in that niche between sort of residential and nursing. So a lot of innovations that we're doing is around how we can upskill our workforce. So we've got a lot of advanced practitioners, so we're training people to get them onto that sort of nursing ladder rather than people having to come out of the NHS. We're trying to prop that up, essentially. I mean, one of the things that we're kind of looking at 4 or 5 years in advance is certainly where I see the sector going, is from a care home perspective, is that we're very much more focused on that supportive element, and people realising that, you know, hospitals support a very small amount of people. You know, 114,000 hospital beds in England of 55 million people. I think there's a big disparity there. So how can social care become the supportive element, aiding people to come out of hospital, rehabilitate, and helping them to go back home? So that's really where we want to be as an organisation.
A lot of people are too sick to be at home, but not sick enough to be in hospital.
Correct.
And then they fall in between this gap where the relationship between the NHS and social care isn't quite what we would like
Correct.
it to be. And yeah, I think that's a really important space, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly, literally, our services are all being built around being able to deliver that, whether that's to be able to help them go home and then, or to rehabilitate or respite. That's where we want to be. So going back to the innovation point is, how can we make that really interesting for workforce, for people to want to come into the sector, to say, do you know what? You know, the healthcare assistant role is evolving into something much more professional, much more focused on how we can support the NHS, and we will train you to be able to have much bigger and wider skill set. And whether that means that they stay with us long term, I don't know, or whether that means that they go out to into the NHS, then fine. But as long as we're trying to support bolstering that from a workforce perspective, I think that's really important.
And
so
how,
those are kind of.
And how does that work on a like practical level? You've got any examples of people that you've had come through a programme with you over a few years?
Yeah, so we've worked with 2 CCGs in the southeast where they've helped part fund it, 'cause it's an expensive training programme. But eventually, we've got 9 of our team in 2 care homes are already through it, and we're just about to put another tranche through, and we're now talking to CCGs in the West Midlands about replicating it in the West Midlands as well.
And what's the specific? Is there a specific name of the training or the scheme?
It's called CHAPS, a Care Home Advanced Practitioner Certificate. No, it's an S. I can't remember what the S is.
I'm dyslexic, so let's go with certificate.
Certificate, yeah, I like that. Yeah. So no, it's a Care Home Advanced Practitioner accreditation.
Okay,
but it's called a CHAPS. So yeah, that's the service, and we've got in our services they've got their own badges and they do certain things. You know, we're doing sort of bloods works, we're doing catheters, so it's much more. And we're finding a real engagement of where people have seen others that have done it, have made them go, oh, we're doing that. And we're also getting people who want to come and join our organisation. They go, oh, they're investing in that. So that's probably a really key piece of innovation.
Is it easy to get the funding for it? Is it complicated? Is there money out there available for
things? There is money out there, 100%. Yeah. Is it easy? No. But you can fund it yourself. But, you know, it's £12,000 per person. Okay. So we're not doing it on the cheap. We're making sure we're investing in our people. So obviously, to get more people through it is why we're getting grant funding, but it's definitely out there. It's coming out of the apprenticeships levy, so a lot of it's funded through that. So that's a really interesting piece of work that we're doing, and obviously really focused on engaging assistive technologies to give our teams more time with residents.
Yeah.
So you know, we do pretty much everything now is using some sort of tech. You know, care planning, meds, you know, acoustic monitoring, all of that sort of stuff that we're really working with, and also trying to have a bit of fun with it, you know, making sure that our teams are involved in that process.
I mean, that's critical, right? So if you're going to implement a new piece of technology, it will fail if you don't engage your teams with it right from the start. Help them, let them help you choose what it's going to be like. Let them help, because otherwise they won't. It just will be too difficult. I've done this before in my team, gone, hi guys, I've got this new thing, everybody should use it. And my team were like, what's that?
I did that when I first started. It failed miserably. But now I don't actually get involved. I obviously meet people at events like Care Show today, and they do their kind of like 5-minute, and then they want to do a demo, and I go, I'll stop you right there. We've got a champions across the homes that are tech champions, and you have to present to them. So I kind of whittle it down to 5 or 6 people I like, want to work with, kind of thing. That's because that's really important for us. And then we, with the team, do all the work, and then they whittle it down to a final 2, and then it comes back to me. And as long as the dashboards, because ultimately all I look at is the dashboards. I'm in the homes and I'm there to see it, but I don't actively use it. So I don't want to give something to somebody that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or it's just they're not going to use. We did interesting piece of work in February this year, where we got an external company to come and analyse the usability of a system that we had in place that we were paying sort of £1,500–1,600 a month for, and it turned out that we were using it 15% of its capabilities, and that was really where it was like a slap in the face. And I should know this really, because for my dissertation, when I was at university, I did user involvement on a system that was installed at British Telecom, and so I know that user involvement is really important, and I completely missed it. 15 years later.
I mean, interestingly, my dissertation was very topical. I did mine on the gas industry, so
okay.
I don't know. I did a documentary about it's not changed much. Anyway, but I think we are. Have you ever had a pony in your home?
A what?
A pony.
Like an actual pony?
An actual pony.
We have.
You have? Okay.
We have a, down in Kent, we've got 2 services, and we have a link to like an external farm. So they actually bring animals into the home. So we've got ponies, horses, and we're actually in the process of our home in Kent, Madeira Lodge, which is, I've got an unbelievably innovative manager. She's here today somewhere. She's come all the way up to Birmingham for the show for the 2 days. And we're building a farm in the garden. So we're going to have certain things that residents can kind of then interact with. So we have had them, to be fair. Maybe at first.
I'm told I need to fill for a couple more minutes. That was the beautiful transition to the video about the ponies, but they're not ready yet. So we'll fill for a couple of minutes.
Let's talk about. By saying I've already done it.
Let's talk about Kent Care Professionals, because that's something we've worked together on. I think it's a really, really innovative idea. How's it going? Tell us a bit about it.
So Kent Care Professionals was something we set up again with government funding, and the long-term plan is to roll it out nationally, but it's been a very slow start. But ultimately what it is, it's a recruitment pathway to try and educate people that don't know anything about care, about what care is, and we work with yourselves to build some cool videos, which we need to do some more on sort of like social media type snippets of that, but essentially we want people who work in
you hear that, Steph? Adam's waiting for some more deliverables.
We absolutely do. I think somebody's going to be getting in contact with you yesterday or today, to be fair, about it, because we spoke about it on Monday. But ultimately what we're trying to do is say to people that who aren't in care or haven't had an association to care, this is what it's about, this is how cool it is, this is the great things that you can be doing, how can we get you involved in care on an apprenticeship, or come and work for somebody short term, or come and work for somebody as an agency. So we're working with Florence to try and say, like, if you don't want to work for somebody direct, come and do agency work, and we'll white label it and do it with Florence. And the way it is to try and get people from in the younger spectrum, sort of sub 22, who are maybe looking for something and haven't been sort of sold this idea in education about it, or people who are looking for a second career after maybe leaving something else, about how do we get them interested in care and how do we get them professionalise it that's not a jobs board.
Yeah, so I think it's really innovative.
Value over volume.
It's the idea of someone that might be looking for work, might be thinking about the care sector, but what we do, I think, as a sector struggle to do is connect more broadly. So every company is doing their own thing, and the idea of Kent Care Professional is to be the voice for the care sector in Kent, without, I guess, being too egotistical about it, to give that content to the providers, in essence, to let them help them find more team members.
Because it's got everything on there you'll ever need to know, even down to the point of explaining in granular level what different types of roles you can do in different environments. The issue that we're facing, which I hold our hands up to, is just getting more people to engage. It's getting the idea across, it's promoting it via whether that's social media or locally, and really trying to do that. And obviously the budgets to do those types of things need to be so great. But it's about getting the provider network and those people around us to say, look, get this out socially, get it out in local schools. That's really the key, is getting out in like colleges, sort of higher education, job fairs, things like that. And I think that's where we'll get the engagement. But yeah, it's been slow. But when we get people, they want to do it. Therefore, they turn up for the interview and then they get the job. And that's the key bit. Yes, the volume is much, much lower. But instead of sifting 500 CVs of people that don't really want the job, we might be getting 50 CVs. And of those 50, every single one wants a job. What the problem we're finding is getting more of those people into providers, which is baffling.
Yeah, because there's a real short there, but I think there is interesting innovations out there. And I think go and Google it, Kent Care Professionals, and have a look. Have a look at some of that emotive content that's there that will help you as a provider, maybe design something or get involved in some way, or be made available. The fact that there is funding for things like this available if you ask the right people at the right time in the right way, that you can get money for.
And there's some really lovely videos on there.
Yeah, thank you.
Done by a really awesome company. So we just,
lovely.
need to keep driving it.
Welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here now with Josh. So Josh, do you want to introduce yourself? Let us know who you are and what you do.
Yes, my name's Josh Lucy. I'm a director of a company called Social Media 92, otherwise known as Healthcare 92 within this space. We've been going for about 7-8 years now. Gone through some incredible growth. We purely specialise in social media advertising, and we've helped so far over 500 companies here in the UK and looking to expand into the US. So
right, so yeah, so a big topic, social media, isn't it? And I really today we're looking to speak to people, find out about innovations. But do you want to tell us a bit about your talk first and what you're talking about?
Yeah, so today at 3:20 I'm going to be talking about how to effectively recruit staff through social media. As you said, it's a huge talking point right now in the sector. It's what most companies are struggling with. And I guess today what I'm going to do is give a few kind of ideas, tips, a bit of advice on how they can start to effectively do it on a local level or a national level, but really just to make them realise how important social media is within this sector at the moment. So yeah, that's a 3:20 today.
Yeah, it's a really good way of sort of expressing the personality of the company, really building that emotional connection with people to help them understand what it's like to work at your company, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest things is, as you'll know, video is crucial with anything to do with social media. So it's very important to get who you are and what you do and what makes you different as a company out there. And there's no better way of doing that through the form of video. So that's going to be a big talking point today, and trying to educate these companies that they need to invest in video to develop their brand online, especially through social media. So yeah, very important.
So I'd love to share some sort of top tips with people. So we're looking for like low cost innovations that people in the care sector. So if I'm watching this, I'm a home manager, I'm maybe a recruitment person, what could I do right now to make an impact on my recruitment or my marketing process?
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of tips. I mean, first and foremost, you need to be using social media, Facebook and Instagram specifically for recruitment and for running paid ads. That is crucial. If you're not sure how to do that, there's plenty of free articles and free courses online for you to learn, especially through Facebook. What I would do is give you one really juicy tip, and that is if you're a local domiciliary agency or care home or nursing home and you're looking to recruit staff, one of the things that you want to be doing, if you are already utilising Facebook and Instagram, is when you run your campaigns and you're asked to kind of select who your target audience is, whether it's interests, behavioural attributes, anything like that. If you're on a local level, less than 12 miles, what I want you to do is not put any interest in and allow Facebook's algorithm to find out who's actually interested in the position. And that's when you work on a very highly local level. So there's a nice little juicy tip for some of those out there.
And I think, if you've got a little bit of technical nous about you, that it's not that hard to technically run a Facebook ad. It's quite user-friendly overall. The hard bit, I think, is working out who the audience is and testing different audiences, where it gets complicated. And if you're time poor, using sort of company to help you with that is a good use of your time. But so yeah, really good tip. Yeah, thanks for that. It's
no problem at all.
A really interesting one. So we are talking a lot at the moment about toast. So at 5 on a Bike, we were having a debate over breakfast at our hotel. So, sort of just to stand a bit of toast, get a bit of butter on it, a bit of jam. One of my team stopped me and went, "What do you mean butter and jam? What, just jam?" I said, "Yeah, forget the butter, just jam." So where do you stand on this?
100% butter and jam.
Nice, good, lovely. Great to see you, Josh. Good luck with your talk shortly. And we'll go. Are we going live to Steph? I think we're just going to a holding side for a bit, and then we've got someone else joining us on the sofa, I think from Sona, who will be joining us to let us know about some stuff. So see you shortly. Welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with a couple of chaps from Sona. Do you want to introduce yourself and let us know who you are and what you do?
My name's Richard, I'm the head of product at Sona. We're a workforce management solution, so we look at scheduling your employees, making sure you're the right number of people in the right place at the right time.
And I'm Eamon, I'm our head of content.
Lovely. So we're here at the Care Show, lots going on, lots of talk about innovations and ideas. What are you guys? What's new for you guys? What's going on? Yeah, what do you want to talk about? Some innovations.
So we, Ollie, one of our co-founders, has done a bit of a chat around. For us, it's trying to improve staff happiness and like low-cost ways. We can't all just go out and pay staff more. That's not a viable option for all providers. But what can you do to retain your staff and keep your staff, and what are they looking for to keep them happy? So that's some of the things that we try and look at Sona. One of the core things that we're seeing is a desire for some flexible working, and one of the things that we've seen done really well in CIC, one of the big sort of supported living providers, is a 4-day work week. So it's trying to work with organisations to see how can we help staff work maybe less or work certainly when they want, so they get to spend the time doing the things that they like doing.
And if I'm able to use this chat to do a little bit of self-promotion, we've actually got a new report that looks at all of that. It's called Flex Appeal, and we did a survey of 750 UK care workers just to find out what their preferences and what their attitudes are towards flexible working, which is really interesting. The 4-day work week was the most popular flexible working practice that care workers would like to see implemented. 70% said they would be open to working more flexibly if it was offered by their employer, and interestingly 20% said that they would work more if they were able to work more flexibly. So at a time when there's a staffing crisis and shifts are struggling to get filled, that's a really interesting thing. You think that flexibility means working the same or maybe less. It doesn't for some people. It actually means being able to take on more work, and we see that with our customers as well.
I guess, yeah, if it's the difference between, I can't do a whole night shift, but I can do from 6 till 10 because I've got to do something else, but actually I'm happy to work that if that can be facilitated. And I think you can see a real adaptation of using technology to be able to deliver more flexible working, like home care as well, where you can work a couple of hours here and there, and that seems to be a big change in the workforce. I certainly see it with my team as well. People want to be able to go, I've got a doctor's appointment, so I need to come in late, or I've got this to do or this, and understanding that people are actual human beings outside of the operation of their work hours. Yeah,
exactly that. Interestingly, I think one of the biggest respondents is, what does flexible working mean to you? And the overwhelming result was more time with friends and family, and that's what matters, isn't it? It doesn't matter necessarily the volume of hours you're working if the time when you're not, you can spend at the times that are optimal to you to enjoy life. That's what we all want to do, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that survey you did that showed the 4-day work week. Because we've debated this in my company often, and we sort of think, how do you put that together? Do people work longer days, or do you work less hours overall? What's the theory behind the 4-day work week with that?
Well, the interesting thing is what that means for. So I believe with CIC, they started with a head office trial where people are working typically Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 type work. It's what that means in a shift-based environment, but typically it would see you work condensed hours and just fewer days, right? So and the thing that I've been talking about is flexibility means different things to different people. So for someone that could mean 4 long shifts, or for someone else it might mean two some split shifts. But the idea is that you work your full complement of hours, but you maybe you have to do something on Wednesday. We heard an amazing anecdote of someone that loves kite surfing, so he has to do that during the day. So it suits him to know that he's working nights and he's working these certain nights, so that he can go and pick up the best surf when it's available to him. So yeah, it's just about having sometimes flexibility is having certainty. It's knowing that I can go and do this thing that I love or I need to do because I'm never working that day. So yeah, I think it's an interesting time to see what that innovation could mean in shift work, because it's really a new frontier, I think.
I guess ultimately flexibility is about the person.
Exactly that, and it's with technology the way it is now. I think old sort of workforce management was all about making the manager's life easier and making sure you had people at set times and you knew what was going on. But actually now tech's in such a way that you can turn that on its head and make sure the employees are where they want to be when they want to be, and still ensuring that you have the cover in the home to make sure that your residents stay safe, or the cover in the community to look after those people. And we're at a place now where it's possible, and we need to be focusing back on the employees and keeping them happy.
Yeah, I think someone I chatted to yesterday was talking about it's not about what they can do for your organisation, it's about what you can do for them, and the sort of the emphasis has changed and the pitch has changed, where you need to first and foremost think about, even right up to when you're writing the job ad, it's not like it's not a list of the things that we want you to do, it is what we are offering you. And
Exactly
flexibility
that.
is a key part of that, right? So
Definitely.
we have had an interesting debate recently about toast. So at 5 on a Bike at breakfast, we were in a hotel talking toast, and as you do over breakfast, the sort of weird conversations you have. So you get your butter, put it on your toast, and jam on top of that. One of my team stopped me and he said, "What do you mean butter and jam?" I just put jam straight on the toast.
No,
so where do you stand on this?
You're right, York. It's butter then jam every time.
100% if it's jam. I'd say if it's like peanut butter, then you don't need the butter because it's.
See, I like a bit of peanut butter with my butter. I think it's
Okay, agree to disagree.
I've got a problem, so it's fine. I think that's a whole different debate. But brilliant. Well, thanks very much for coming along, chaps. And it's been great to see you, and good luck with the rest of your day.
Thanks a lot. This has been great. Yeah, thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you. So thanks very much, chaps. There. We will be back with you shortly.
All right, that's thanks very much. Yeah, cheers to that. Thank you.
And then we can does the panda talk? Let's mic up the banana and give the phone one to hold. And I think the panda is not going to be able to talk. It's too muffled. So I'll talk on behalf of the panda.
Testing.
Nope. Right, just put it behind you. So I can hear you. I don't think the mic will be able to side.
Just got a wire coming into me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. This that'll do, won't it? Got me wire.
Testing. It's not working. Testing 1 2 2 Siri.
I've got my flash on.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. I'm not sure what's happened, why it's happening, but we're here and we're enjoying ourselves. So first off, I'll go to the banana. Hi banana, why are you here?
Hello.
This is not really a microphone, it's actually a banana.
Thanks for explaining that. So I'm here to have a lot of fun today. I mean, I'm also here because I'm speaking on the keynote stage at 3:10 about recruitment. And one of the most important things to know about recruitment is it's a marketing problem. And in order to do marketing right, you have to think outside the box. You have to stand out a little bit. And if there's one thing I've done today is made some friends that have helped me to stand out a little bit today.
So top tip for people is that and I guess you don't necessarily have to dress up like a banana.
No, you
will
don't.
create awareness of your brand, but it's about getting
being
people's
memorable.
attention.
Yeah, and also if you're a fun and friendly care company, how are you showing that you're fun and friendly?
Yeah.
You know? So it's really, really important that you think outside the box and think about who you're targeting and make sure your message is right.
And the mobile phone, we've got a phone here. Hello, mobile phone.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, are you?
Yeah. Why are you a mobile phone, and what's a message you have for today?
What do we do? Well, believe it or not, we sell mobile phones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I probably should have really worked that one out,
Yeah,
shouldn't
I
I?
know, but
think that was
it's a
obvious.
difficult one, but
Do
yeah,
these guys sell pandas? I don't know. We'll see.
No, so we're today. So we deal with we supply communications companies to a lot of the care sector. Not just care sector, any sector, but we're predominantly in the care industry. So we're here today and we're trying to get as much business as we can. But I've drawn the short straw even, in dressing like this all day. So
nice. Okay. What do care providers need lots of mobile phones? Like, how does it?
Yes. Yeah,
how does it benefit a care
Well,
setting?
so you've got people out on the field, out on the roads, sort of like going into. You can't take me seriously when you speak to a phone, can you?
No, this is very serious. This whole thing. I'm taking very seriously.
You can get. Of course, you have carers which are going out into the community. Of course, will need a mobile phone. They're storing a lot of personal information of the client's medical history, etc., which can all be stored on the phone as well, and can be done securely as well. So. It's definitely a benefit for us to be there, and care companies basically have to have it now. They have to supply their staff with a phone, also with the app as well, which has got the private details on it.
What's a top tip for a care provider sort of using a mobile phone?
Don't drop it.
Good, love it. Oh, there's okay, it's broken. So we've also have a panda today. Okay. The panda's twerking at me. That's not the weirdest thing that's happened to me today, but hello panda. Well, I'm going to have to translate so nobody understands panda, so I talk fluent panda. So why are you here today, panda? What's
Today I'm here to support my good friend the banana.
So the panda is here to support the banana.
And the way I get hold of my banana is I call him using my phone.
And he uses the phone to call the banana. So that's excellent for you being here. Did an organisation bring you along here, Panda?
Yes, so I'm the Panda.
He's the Tanda Panda.
That's right.
The Tanda Panda, yeah.
I'm a big Panda. And we are a rostering management platform.
Rostering, okay. So helping people be flexible with their working.
Yeah, and we're here to help the care homes to work more efficiently and make it smooth and easy as possible for them.
I was just talking to another organisation who said that about 70% of care workers want to have flexible working.
Yeah.
So I think that's an excellent. So they should come and see the Tanda Panda.
Exactly.
Lovely. Well,
Hey,
so, yeah.
Tell them I said I love you.
The panda says, "I love you." To me.
Yeah.
You love me.
I love these all.
And you love everybody. The panda loves everybody. Nice.
We love you too, Panda.
The panda
That's how we dance.
The panda loves everyone. Banana, have you got any final thoughts before you go onto your stage?
No, just I'm looking forward to presenting on the keynote stage, the recruitment masterclass with Biggie and Donaghy and friends, and I'm looking forward to having a great time. And if anybody wants any marketing advice, come and chat to us.
I want the skin off. How did you eat it with the skin on? Right, I think thank you to the panda, the banana, and the mobile phone for coming to join us today. We're gonna dance. It might be our dance too. We'll be back with you shortly. Oh dear. Well done, Alfie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with Matt from Whippet. Hi Matt, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks.
Brilliant. Do you want to tell us a bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So, well, essentially, Whippet is now a year old. We have set up to provide the care sector a way of buying the goods and services they need more efficiently, more simply, and to help tackle inflation. And that's obviously a really big concern for the care sector currently.
So we've been talking a lot today and yesterday about low-cost innovation, so ideas that we can offer out. So idea if someone from the care sector is watching this, you know, where's their cost to be saved? What ideas do you have you can share?
Yeah, so our platform's unique, and it's unique in the sense that we fuse marketplace technology, state-of-the-art marketplace technology, with P2P technology, so procurement to pay technology. A lot of care home operators have looked at perhaps P2P and have quite understandably felt that it's too expensive. P2P implementations run into hundreds of thousands, and we've come across 2 or 3 customers recently where there's already spent over £500,000 on a P2P rollout programme. With Whippet, you can access all of that functionality for a fraction of the cost. I'm thinking, you know, say £3,000 a home per year is the sort of typical fee that we charge, and you get all of the P2P technology that you'd want to be able to control who spends what and give you all the data and the analysis behind that. But also it sits within a marketplace, so you can lift and shift your suppliers into there, but you all can then see what else is happening in the marketplace. So it allows care operators to stay closer to movements in the marketplace where they can take advantage of that in terms of positive competitive prices.
So you're not stuck with a kind of supplier of X. You can use that technology to be able to buy off different suppliers.
It's entirely up to the customer. The contract between the customer and the supplier is their contract for them to determine. We facilitate the process of sourcing and finding the products and the prices and getting to the point where the customer's happy. So a customer can decide if they want to lock in with a supplier for 3 years, or they can decide to what I would call spot purchase. So buy and shop around depending on what the best prices might be. A customer can also receive price proposals from our suppliers. So there are lots of different advantages to buying through Whippet than maybe through traditional routes.
So what scenario maybe someone can save? So obviously inflation's up, lots of products are more expensive, some are cheaper. Have you got any good ideas for kind of product lines that maybe have good alternatives, or price trends for something in particular?
So we've got some very competitive products. Say ETAC, let customers have a look at the products there. They are direct to manufacturer prices. So we are in effect providing and bringing prices to the market that haven't gone through 3 or 4 hands to actually get there, and therefore they're able to offer much more attractive pricing. But also we run some tools like request a quote. So you don't have to just take the price on our platform. If you want to get a better price for maybe a longer commitment, you can request a quote to that supplier and then enter into a very quick, efficient negotiation to get to a point where you're content with the pricing. And you can do that across all of the 50,000 products. So in terms of directly answering your question around trends, well, use the RFQ tool to address the areas that you're concerned about. And there is other technology that is available, so you can also run tenders through our platform.
Is the supply chain settling down, finding its new normal, or is it was still?
I think everybody's seeing issues of supply problems. Particularly, we're seeing it with our uniform suppliers at the moment, where care homes are being let down with delivery dates, and that's partly because a lot of that product is made overseas, and so therefore post-Brexit there are some complications in the reliability of that particular area. Having said that is the only area where we're actually seeing customers receiving issues. bear in mind, we all of the suppliers on our site are known and trusted suppliers. So we check them, we make sure that they've got their financial accounts, that they've got insurance policies in place. And we go steps further. We ask about their environmental policies. We ask about their ethical trading standards. We ask about anti-slavery, anti-bravery. So we do all of that due diligence and checking on those suppliers once for all of our customers. So the customer doesn't have to do it themselves, which saves time and efficiency.
Nice. So we've been having a big debate recently about toast. So at Five on a Bike at breakfast, we were talking about get your piece of toast, put your butter on, put your jam on top. And one of my team stopped me and said, "What do you mean butter and jam?" And I was baffled and said, "What, just jam?" So where do you stand here? Butter and jam?
It's definitely got to be butter and jam, absolutely. Every time. In fact, more butter than jam.
Lovely. Thank you very much for coming
Thank
to
you.
see us today, Matt. Thanks very much. We will be back with you shortly.